All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Bearded Gear podcast. This is episode number 8 already, and I am joined today by my buddy Jason, who is one of the fearless creators and leaders of the Millie PM2 Para3 Club on Facebook. How you doing today, Jason?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad to have you. So I invited Jason on the podcast. He was one of the first people that came to mind when I started the podcast as somebody that I'd like to have a long form conversation in front of other people with. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But Jason is somebody who I think intellectually I appreciate, and I find that I vibe with the conclusions that he comes to, and he provides me with insights a lot that help me in my reviewing process. But also because, Jason, you dabble in a lot of arenas that are the same as me, but also a few that are different. And I feel like you've come into the EDC realm a much different way than I have. And a lot of that is the Millie Club, because I feel like that's what's really gotten you into like even the Instagram side of the hobby and starting to upload to YouTube, and coming to it from a Facebook group is not the way I entered into it. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see kind of where this conversation goes and what we can talk about. But first things first, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and what kind of knife collector you are, or do you see yourself as a content creator, or how would you describe yourself in the realm of EDC?
I would say overall, well, my name is Jason Beatty, and I am the admin and founder of the Millie PM2 Para3 Club on Facebook. Started this journey really when I was about 6 years old. My uncle Dave, my cool Uncle Dave, gave me my first pocket knife. And I still remember to this day how it happened. I was at my grandparents' house and we were running around being silly, and my dad called me over. My uncle wanted to talk to me, and he presented me with a little pocket knife, and actually have it here.
Thank goodness for cool Uncle Dave.
Cool Uncle Dave, man. And if you believe it, I still have it. So he gave me this crazy little pocket knife with a cowboy chasing a steer, and it has 2 blades on it. One's duller than the other. And he taught me how to open it and close it and to be careful with it. I'm sure I cut myself later that day. But, you know, since then, having pocket knives has always been a big thing in my life. And to varying levels, I would carry them all the time. And I'm old enough to be from that generation where you could conceivably carry something like that to school and not be removed from society. So fast forward to, what have been about 1999, a buddy of mine was getting married, and he gave everybody Spyderco Delicas as groomsmen gifts. And they hadn't been around all that long by then. And it was a serrated blade, FRN handled knife. And it was such a crazy thing to get as a groomsman gift, because normally you get a flask or a tie tack or something's awful. And to get a pocket knife was just really rad. So we spent most of the time leading up to the wedding cutting ourselves, figuring out how to drop flip, which on a Delica, if you don't know, it's a backlock knife. So flicking it is hard and wasn't really a thing then. But grabbing it by the hole and then flicking it open was the preferred method.
One of these?
Yep. So we would have draw contests in our tuxedos, and everybody was like stabbed from the serrations. So a few years later, I got married. Same thing. I bought my groomsmen Delica serrated, but I went stainless steel because I'm classy.
Okay.
And then I don't know. It wasn't until about 2016, 2017 that I realized that there's probably a community somewhere of Spyderco fans that I could meet up with and talk to. Mm-hmm. And for 25 years, I'd been doing it with guitar stuff, but I hadn't done it with knives. And all of a sudden, I just made this connection. I was like, oh, cool. So I found a couple Spyderco groups on Facebook. Within about a year, I befriended Thomas Moore. You might know him as @Tommaso_Moore on Instagram. Befriended Tom, and he and I agreed that there was a big vacuum in the community of a place where you could show off your collection and not feel like you'd get all the hate in the universe for having a robust collection. The other thing that was interesting to us was in the Spyderco world, you have the you have a few knives where they just continue to make all these variations, largely based on the blade steel. And that was always very interesting to us because a new blade steel would be pioneered and you'd have an opportunity to try it out. And given that the variables were narrow and that the handle was always the same and the shape was always the same, you could really pit one against the other and determine how the steel affected the knife. So without knowing it, we all kind of became armchair metallurgists through the PM2 and the Para3. And we decided that, you know, having a complete collection was really like, not only did it photograph really well and look good on Instagram, but it was fun to have them. And they weren't so expensive that you couldn't do it. So we decided to start a club for our favorite knife. We decided that if you like a PM2, then you're probably cool. And we named the club the Millie PM2 Para3 Club. For about 48 hours, we decided that we were only going to talk about those knives. But ultimately, a guy joined that had an unbelievable Mannix collection. I think it was Stephen Thompson. And we both looked at each other and we were like, are we going to tell him he can't post pictures of his complete Mannix collection? That's stupid.
Right.
So we backed that rule out. And then it became like, you know, let's just make that the centerpiece of what we love. And if we all agree that that's something that we all dig, then we can bring other things to the table and it's okay.
Yeah. Which I think is still true today. Having been in that club now for probably coming up on a year personally, even now we just passed 10,000 members. It's still very focused on those core 3 models. And you see a lot of other stuff, but you know, when people are posting a totally different knife, like I posted my CKF Evo 2 in there the other day. People will post new knives that they're getting and stuff that's exciting them, but you know, everybody in there is a fan of those core 3 knives, and like 80% of the posts still have a PM2 or a Para3 or something like that in it, which I think is really cool.
When we started the club, we were really focused on staying on brand and staying on the design. And we were even so stuck up about it that we would delete posts that were excessive in that they were off topic. Or if somebody was continuously posting off topic stuff, then one of us would either have a talk with them or I think some people are actually even tossed for that. So if you were tossed in the first 6 months of the group, I apologize. Yeah, we were jerks.
Figuring it out. Yeah.
We're figuring it out. We didn't know. I'm sorry. But as we went along, my attitude changed to, once you're in the club, I want it to be a safe space for you to be able to talk about what you're passionate about. And as long as it's knife specific, oh, come on. Like, we all like knives. So even if it's a brand you're not crazy about, at least it's knife related. So let's have a conversation. And we could always turn it into, well, how does it compare to your PM2 if you want to go down that route?
Right.
But anyway, now you're right. Now it's almost self-regulating. People tend to post off topic, and then they'll say something like, I don't know if this is allowed. And when they do that, I'll thumbs up it and go, yeah, go for it. You know, that seems to be enough that people are mindful, but they're free to express themselves. That also came true for when it's time to sell things. You know, we have a pretty robust marketplace in the group. And
yeah, the buy-sell trade every day is a big thread.
We don't run it, so that's legally speaking, we're trying not to take ownership of that part. What the members do, they do, and but people are free and safe to sell things in the group within guidelines. And what I love about it is, I don't want to take my knives and sell them in any other group. The way I look at it is, I'm removing an opportunity for our members to enjoy something. So I'm at the point now where I really try hard to, if I'm selling something, I try to only offer it in my group. And there were times in the beginning where that was a detriment, because you'd have an obscure esoteric Spyderco, and you knew that the 28,000 member group was probably a better place to post it than the one with 1,200 people. But I tried to draw a line and just say, no, let's just wait. You know, if you have to wait, you wait. So it's been really fun to watch it transition from that first concept to a medium-sized group and now a rather large group.
Yeah. I mean, there are certainly, even in the realm of knives, there are groups bigger than the Millie Club, but in terms of like engagement and like the traffic, I think that the metrics, at least I'm in a lot of those much bigger clubs, and some of them might even be so big that you just can't possibly see everything. But I feel like the Millie Club is this great size, at least right now in this moment, where there's always something new getting posted. It's like there's constant new stuff getting put up, and new engagement, new comments, and all that.
Mhm.
But it's not so much that it's like unbearable to try and see most of it. And it feels like a community still. Like you see a lot of the same names over and over and over from the very active members. And there's like that core group of people who are just like always there.
Right.
And it makes it feel like a different space. Because if I go in a giant group like knife selling and trading feedback or whatever, which is huge and I've used to sell knives before, like reading posts in there isn't as interesting to me because there's so much happening. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's this kind of magical spot right now where it's at. But it's been, I guess, that way the entire time I've been in it. And it's grown a lot over that time. So maybe it's just more the sauce of how people treat that group and what they expect out of it that makes it so special.
Two things I know for sure that I'm really proud of. Number one, we've done many tests where we'll take a piece of content and then we'll post it in 10 groups and see what happens. Mm-hmm. Tom used to do that all the time with Instagram pictures. He would take it in a picture of a knife, he'd post it to his Insta, and then he'd pepper it across all the groups. And what we would see is that in our group, it would get like 150 likes and it would get 45 comments. Mm-hmm. But in a larger group, maybe 5 to 7 times bigger than ours, he'd get 12 likes and 3 comments.
Well, I've had the same thing happen. I do that all the time. If I post a photo on Instagram and it happens to be a PM2, then of course I'm going to share it in the Millie Club as well. If it happens to be a Koenig, I'll put it in the Koenig group. Or if it's my Brian Brown knife, I'll put it in the Brian Brown group because that makes sense. And yeah, when I used to post, I probably still should. I don't know necessarily why I stopped. But when I used to post in multiple Spyderco groups, the Millie Club was always the one where I got not only the most engagement, but like the most fun engagement. Like the interaction I'd have in that comment section was always the best time.
Yeah. The other thing that I know for sure is that in most groups, the number of active members as a ratio of the total number of members is generally lower than you'd expect. Mm-hmm. So think about a Spyderco group with 30,000 members in it, and you go in there and you scroll through it for a month, and you basically notice that there's basically 300 people having a conversation. That's all. Mm-hmm. Where are the other 26,000 hiding? You know. Right. I think a lot of them are dead members. They're canceled accounts. They're closed accounts. One
people
way or the other.
In 1,000 groups, and so they don't see any group that they're a part of.
Yeah, and you're probably starting to see that too as you're approving members that are joining. Is you'll see people that are in 800 groups.
Right.
And what we do is we don't let them in because like what are you going to contribute to our community? You're in 800 communities. If you contribute to all of them the way that we'd like you to contribute to ours, that means you don't have time to eat.
You're spread too thin. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm proud of is that last I checked, we're somewhere between 84 and 86% of the members are active members.
That's crazy. Out of 10,000, that's a lot.
Very high number. Yeah. I could look it up here in a minute if you like, but it's last I checked, it was at over 8,400, and we're just at 10,000 members. So I'm comfortable to say that it's at least 84%.
Yeah. No,
most groups don't do that.
I believe it. And you can tell it if you're in a lot of Facebook groups.
Yeah.
There's not as much traction for how big the group size is.
We try really hard to walk a line between free speech and be nice. Mm-hmm. So vulgarity for the sake of humor is totally fine and it's not going to bother me. But vulgarity for the sake of being vulgar or being mean to be funny, those things, the way that I look at it is the person you're attacking, will they laugh at this or will they be inclined not to participate in the group anymore? And if it's more likely that it's going to create a negative environment where somebody's not going to feel like they want to contribute anymore, I don't want to have that. So generally, I'm hard to offend. People aren't going to offend me with their content. But if you're saying things that are inflammatory with no merit, then I'll generally just delete it. And it's not that I'm trying to squish anybody's free speech. It's just that we're trying to maintain a friendly environment where people can have fun and they can talk about knives and they can develop a fraternity with the other members, right? And we want to control that a little bit. So,
and I think a lot of the time you can tell too when people who you always see talking to each other are playfully going back and forth. Like,
Right.
I don't consider myself to be like a dick to most people, right? But to my best friends, I'm a total dick. Like and they are to me, and we love it. Like that's kind of the way I was raised with my brothers. Like it's about who's wittier at making
Right.
fun of the other one. Like that's
Right.
a good time. And yeah, I think it's a fine line. You're right, between when someone's actually being like a bully or whatever you want to call it, and people stop having fun, it's totally not okay, because the whole point of the group is to have a community where it's a good time and people feel welcome. But yeah, I like that you kind of play with that invisible line, and you're open about it being invisible. You're willing to have the conversation of like a hard and fast black and white set of rules isn't always the best either, because then it's no fun because you've taken it too far, and then it's like everyone's wondering what they're even able to post. They're constantly afraid of the boot, and it's like, I don't know, you just kind of got to live the spirit of the law instead of the letter of the law, you know.
And we used to agonize over decisions when we started, and now I don't know if it's just experience or if it's calluses or what, but we're at a point now where it's definitely easier to decide this person's fitting in or they're not fitting in. This is okay. This is not okay. And just making a decision is better than indecision. Yeah. And there have been plenty of times where we have made the wrong decision. So a good example is there was a guy that was rumored to be a scammer, and he was allegedly making counterfeit products, and we kicked him out. He, rather than run away, what he did was he messaged Thomas and I, and he said, "Hey, I'm a college kid. I'm just trying to make scales to pay for loans. There's a picture that's been, attributed to me, and it's not mine. I didn't make that thing, and I'm not trying to sell counterfeit items." So in that circumstance, what I did was I brought him back into the group. I wrote a public apology and posted it to the announcements. And then I went to all the admins I knew, and I vouched for him. And I said, "Hey, we tossed him earlier. I was wrong. He's a good guy. Let him back in. You're a group 2, please. Thank you." Yeah. And basically I fixed what I broke. And
I've seen a number of times, even just recently, with the profile we weren't sure was real, or whether it was somebody pretending to be a woman that they weren't.
Normally when you see a Romanian model join your community, you're generally not thinking that that's a knife enthusiast.
An OnlyFans star. Yeah.
You would be right to think it's a fake account. And then when she turns out to be the genuine thing, and she actually knows about blade steels and likes knives and has a passion for Spyderco, then you feel kind of stupid. But I don't know.
It's funny now that I'm a moderator and I can kind of see behind the curtain a little bit. I'm still new to it and learning, but I think it is interesting, the ratio, because you said that you can cite those examples where you've been wrong and you've made it right, which is commendable. But there's also a lot of the time where when it's like, if it smells funny, then it probably is funny. And I would say the majority of the cases, you probably haven't had to make that big public apology and backpedal a little bit on it, because a lot of the time, there's shady people on the internet who are trying to do shady things, and when it looks bad and all the stats are wrong when you're looking at their profile, then like, why chance it if you've got such a good thing going?
You never know when one of your moderators will turn out to be not a ex-Navy SEAL in his 40s with children who had tactical experience and lost men in combat, but it is actually a 21-year-old boy living in his mom's basement, literally in his mom's basement. That happened too. So that's embarrassing when somebody's your moderator for over a year, and you know him and you talk to him all the time, and there's nothing he doesn't know about weapon systems, and it turns out it's like a massive catfish. Yeah. That's happened too. So the wrong play is to act like you're omniscient and that you never make mistakes. That's the wrong play. The right play is to go, I do what I can, and when I'm wrong, I'll tell you I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Can they just own it and just keep moving? And what happens is the members go, wow, that's embarrassing. Thanks for telling us.
Right.
I can't believe that happened, but I appreciate that you're honest about it. And then you go, yeah, what are you gonna do? And you just have a laugh and you keep moving, because life's not that serious.
Right. Yeah, it's funny when I met Tom up in Portland and he asked me to be a moderator, he was like, "Well, now that I know for sure that you're a real person, that I've seen you and looked you in the eye, that was the one requirement. The last piece we needed for me to ask you." He's like, "Yeah, there's a reason now." It's good
I'm
to
pretty sure I
know.
texted him and I said, "Jake's coming this week." He goes, "Yeah." I said, "If he's a real person, ask him to be a moderator."
Yeah, and I was real enough at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is funny how, I mean, that's the internet. Like, it's not surprising to me that in 2021 you can be catfished by someone who you thought you knew well. You can also have someone apply to join your group who completely doesn't fit the mold and is an OnlyFans model from Romania. Like, these things are part of the reality of dealing with an internet community of 10,000 people now. Like, it's just the way it goes. But I like your approach that it's like, if I'm wrong, I'll say it. If not, I'm going to go with my gut, and hopefully I'm right more than I'm wrong.
A big tenet in my life that I try to be mindful about all the time is assume positive intent. Most people in the world are not out to destroy you, and most people are not inherently evil, right? So when faced with a situation where you're trying to decide if something is evil or innocent, you can roll the dice, and 99 times out of 100, it's innocent. So, assuming positive intent means that when somebody wants to join your group, you kind of take it at face value. When somebody says something that might be a little bit out of line or could be interpreted out of line, you give them the benefit of the doubt. And it's amazing how often a direct message can just solve everything. While everybody else is wondering how we should handle something, I'll fire off a DM and go, "Hey, this post, you said X. Is that what you meant?" Or, "I don't think that's what you meant, but is it what you meant?" And they go, "No, no, no." And they go fix it. And just like that, you made a new friend because you gave them a chance to elaborate rather than leap to conclusions. So, assuming positive intent is really important, especially in this day and age where everyone is a raw nerve. Everything is hard. We're all surviving COVID at the same time, and we're all trying to make the best of it, and everybody's agitated. And I can tell you that leading up to the election last fall, the mood in the group was very much a raw nerve. So more than ever, we had to do our best to try to maintain this like harmony so that we could at least have civil conversations and be nice to each other. So assume positive intent and be nice are two really overriding principles in the group.
Right.
I think be nice is rule number one, by the way.
Yeah, no, it is. So one thing that I think this would be a good forum to talk about, because we talk about it in the group a lot. You've addressed it a lot within the group itself, but a lot of my listeners, people who will watch on YouTube, aren't necessarily in the Millie Club. Maybe hopefully they will. But one of the rules that is somewhat unique to the Millie Club compared to a lot of others is the no price policing policy.
Yeah.
And I found some other groups have kind of adopted it. Some of them partially have it, but don't fully have it. And it's one of those that I think becomes kind of a talking point, and it can be a little bit polarizing. I happen to agree with you pretty much 100% on the way that it's run in the Millie Club, because I think it's the easiest, simplest way to just let it dictate itself. And
Yeah.
the outcome will be healthy, I believe. But can you explain to the listeners what the policy is on price policing and how we enforce it and why?
So I'll tell you the origin too. The origin's helpful. Back in 2017, before the group started, I was in one of the bigger groups, and I wanted to sell a knife. That was a particularly rare knife. Now, this is not the same knife as it's an identical model, different ownership. This is a paramilitary 2 in orange with XHP steel and DLC coating. So this is a exclusive knife for the cutlery shop. Less than 800 were made. That will never be made again. It's a very rare knife, and it was made a long time ago. So I had one of these, and I listed it for sale, I think for $285. I had 6 people come out of the woodwork and screamed at me, cussing and swearing about how that was a ripoff price, about how I was gouging, about how, don't you know that you can get a brand new one for $135? They were really just killing me. And what they didn't know is that this was an exclusive. They didn't know it was collectible. They didn't know it was rare. They didn't know anything about what they were talking about, but they were condemning me, and they were basically tarring and feathering me in public.
Mm-hmm.
And this group has a no price policing rule in it. So what they were effectively doing is they were ruining my sales presentation. The way that I've been lifelong in sales, and I know what it's like to have a customer in front of me, and I'm trying to have a conversation with them. And then some yahoo wanders into the conversation and starts just spouting off and just vomiting words that don't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's essentially what these guys were doing. It ruined my sale post. No one was going to buy that knife after seeing 6 people dogpile on me about what a jerk I am and a horrible person.
Right.
In reality, these knives now go for anywhere between $285 and $400, depending on how urgent the buyer is, right? And how much they need it to complete their collection. So it's hard to argue that the knife is worth less than that, because that's what they go for. So when we had this group start, it was very important to us that we create an environment where there's no price policing. But the way we wanted to take this further was to say no commenting on sale posts. So that means I'm trying to avoid ambiguous comments too that could be interpreted as mean or malicious. So if you post a knife for sale and then I post a GIF of somebody vomiting in a trash can, am I being petty and silly? Yes, I'm just being petty. I'm trying to make a comment about your knife or your price, and I'm being a jerk about it. I don't even have the nerve to use words. I'm using a GIF. So we don't want to see members post comments and post names and post how dare yous and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And what I've noticed really is that when you delete these and you leave a note for the person saying, don't do that, over half the time they reach out with a direct message to me and they'll say, hey, I was just doing that because I didn't want somebody else to get taken for a ride. I mean, in my opinion, that price is just ridiculous. And I'm looking out for that other person. I wasn't going to buy it, but I'm worried about somebody else. So it's this false benevolence that I don't just see it in knives. I see it all over the place. And it's not unlike a Karen experience where this person is like, excuse me, I thought you should know.
Right.
And I'm trying to separate the behavior from the intent. Like the intent is arguably good, but the person often acts from a position of ignorance and they don't know what they're talking about.
Right. Yeah. One of the first experiences I ever had with it, long before becoming a moderator, when I was very first in the group, I noticed a lot of people, that was a place where sprints and exclusives were being sold, and it made sense that there was a market for it there. So I was selling a couple of Spydercos, and one of them was a St. Nick's Para3. That was my brother's, and he doesn't like buy, sell, and trade. He likes to buy knives, but when it comes time to sell them, he usually hands them off to me to sell because I spend a lot of time in the space, right?
Right.
And so I listed it. I don't even remember how much, but I checked before for a couple of other posts that were very recent. Since it wasn't my knife, I wanted to make sure I was right on the value, and I was very conservative, and I put it like $30 or $40 under what the most recent one in the same condition had gone for. And for a St. Nick's Para3, which was very difficult to get at the time, it was like actually a really good deal. And I listed it with a couple other knives, and within like a minute and a half of posting it, I had several messages like, dibs on the Para3 if it's still available. I want it. And then some guy came in on the comments and was like, how dare you charge that much? And it was on the Millie Club. And it was cool to behold how immediately, like, I responded to the guy and I laid out the facts of like how this is a rare knife. It's limited. This is what they're going for. And it was under market. I wasn't even being a douche and trying to ask way too much. And like, I tried to explain it to the guy, and then he doubled down. And then the dog pile of members who were calling him out for trying to price police.
Right.
It was a deluge, right? And then a few minutes later, you or Tom saw it, or one of the moderators, and like cleared it out. And then you commented in the post, like, Jake is still trying to sell some knives. Looks like those two are still available. Everything else is deleted. And I was like, this is great. Because I didn't try to post these knives for sale to try to have this giant thing happen. I just wanted to sell a couple of knives at market value and call it good. And it was like, it was swiftly taken care of. I think that guy kept doubling down to you guys, ended up getting booted or something. But it was like, it was to me, the way it should function. Because
Yeah.
why should it be that guy's job to come in and comment on my sale post? If it's too much, then no one should buy it. It's a
Yeah.
really simple solution to me. Like, be an informed buyer, and then you don't have those problems. I don't think we should cater to people just ignorantly saying, yes, I will buy that, with having no idea to, like, that doesn't really happen all that much. Who's going and seeing an S30V satin Para3 with black scales, and they see it listed for $450, and they're like, ooh, yes, that must be a good one because the price is high. I will take it, sir. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
There's no one who's falling for it. It's just, if a buyer is motivated enough and a knife is rare enough, then it will either go for it or the guy will have to decrease. It seems pretty self-regulating.
So there's so much to unpack in that. You're absolutely right. Number one, it's not your job. You sharing your opinion is just you sharing your opinion, and the world doesn't need to listen to your opinion. And just because you can share it doesn't mean it's appropriate to share it. Also, there's more than one way to share your opinion, right? You could put up a conversation post that's not a sale post, and you could just have a conversation with other people about your opinion on a price. That's fine.
I get people who ask me all the time, like in private DMs, both on Instagram and Facebook, hey, is this a good deal for this knife? And if I know whether it is or it isn't, I'll absolutely let them know. Sometimes it's like, you know, I've never shopped for a Medford before. I don't know.
That's another great solution. How about you put it in a DM? And in fact, in the rules in the group, it says no commenting in sale posts. Do not price police. It's a gross behavior. If you simply can't control yourself, put it in a private message.
Yeah.
If you just have to let them know, then put it in a private message. You don't get to ruin a guy's sale post by filling it with your opinion. And what I've noticed overall is that if somebody's price is too high, you'll know, because you'll see that the post was like from 4 days ago and nobody's bought it. Right. The fact that it's still here and no one's commented, no one's offered a trade, no one's tagged their bro, it's just empty. That tells you the guy's price is too high. And when he notices it hasn't sold, he'll figure out that his price is too high. So
or if a price is too high, someone can also, like, if it's a knife you really want, say someone has a Paysan and they've listed it for $600 for some reason. You could message them and be like, hey, would you be willing to make them a private offer in a DM? Like, and maybe after those few days where it hasn't sold, that person will be happy to take your lower offer because they've realized their price is too high. Like, that's the way marketplaces work, generally speaking. And it happens to be, in the world of knives, it's acceptable to barter to an extent. Like, even if you put no trades, people will offer trades. Like, it's the kind of environment where people will barter with you. So if a price is too high, instead of screaming about it, why don't you say, I think this is a reasonable number. I'd like to offer you this. And then the seller can accept or decline. Like, yeah, I agree with you. It's not the forum in the comments to just shout out and screech about things.
I used to sell a lot of guitar gear and a lot of guitars on the internet, and I used eBay principally. And one thing I can tell you overwhelmingly is that no one has ever bought an eBay item from me who asked me a question before buying it. There was just something about that question system or the comment system where people would just tell you what they needed to get off their chest, but they would not buy it ever.
Right.
And arguing with them was a waste of time, because they were never intending to buy anyway. They just wanted to settle your hash. And I look at it the same way in the sale posts in our group. People who really want to buy it will buy it. If they want to trade or negotiate, they'll send a private message, or they'll ask in the comments for that item. But rarely does the guy who says good luck with sale have any intention of buying the knife. He just needed to communicate. So
yeah, if I want to buy a knife and I see it posted in a Facebook group, ours or otherwise, I will send them a message and I will comment on the post, PM sent. Like, to me, that's the way that I like to deal with it. Because if I want to make you an offer, or, like, I guess in the rare case where I want to make sure I'm first to get it and the price is right, I'll be like, I'll take it, that one, sending a message now before I send the message. But if it's a post that's been up for a little bit, it's a knife I'm interested in, but I want to make a counter offer or see if they'll take a trade or a partial trade, like, I only comment on the post to say I sent you a message. Like, check your inbox.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. People astound me sometimes, but
I think that I recognize the fact that this is not common in other marketplaces. Reddit, for example, has pretty wide open. You have the wide open latitude to give somebody the what for if you don't like their pricing, and they're okay with that. So they have a regulating mechanism in that community that sort of keeps prices down artificially by shaming people that overcharge. And that's good for buyers, bad for sellers. And one thing I've noticed is that there's a lot of people in the there's a lot of people in the knife swap group, but really there's probably only 20 or 30 sale posts a day.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a lot of content. You come to our group, we have 300 posts a day, 500 posts a day. There's an insane amount of posts a day, and we have fewer members than they do. And I think it's probably because I'm in knife swap. I've never intended to sell anything there. I'll buy there because I know I can buy low.
Right.
I'll never sell there because I don't want to sell low.
There.
Why would I want to sell low?
Mm-hmm.
So and ultimately what I've noticed is that being hostile to sellers is toxic. Being pro buyer does not necessarily make for a vibrant marketplace. It makes for a weak marketplace. I would argue that our process is actually better for sellers, and it creates a more vibrant marketplace. Are the prices higher? Maybe a little. I can't say it's a lot, but when you have more choice and more options at your fingertips, it makes it more fun because you're going to find what you're looking for.
Well, what it also does too is, like, if you look at the type of sale posts that exist in the Millie PM2 Para3 Club, not only are there more knives than just Spyderco's, but it's really only certain ones that have that inflated price point, right? They're ones with a certain amount of rarity to them, or like they're limited for some reason, right? But that's a game that people elect to play or to not play. Like, I buy a lot of knives on the secondary market. I probably buy more knives used than I do new. In fact, if I were to look at over the last couple of years, all the knives I've bought, I'd bet it's at least 70-30 used to new. Like,
probably true for me as well.
And that's because I like to get the most for my money that I possibly can. And I want to study how I can get that best deal. If a knife is brand new and it just came out, maybe that's my first opportunity. No, I'm getting an echo again. That could be my first opportunity to go ahead and snag it while it's quickly changing hands, because it just came out and people are getting them. They don't know whether they want it or not. So maybe I'll get $20 off of what it was because someone got it, decided it wasn't for them. Or maybe I wait 6 months and then it could have come way down. And it depends on the knife. It depends what brand it comes from.
Sure.
It depends if you start studying all of this and paying attention to which brands hold value, which ones dump value. Some brands, it only makes sense to buy new on a drop. And we'll probably talk Vero quite a bit. For me, that's one of them. Like, I don't have any interest in paying secondary prices for any of the Veros that are being sold right now because they're dramatically inflated. And to me, that's not worth it. But on other brands like Benchmades, if there's a Benchmade I want, why would I buy it new when I know it's going to be probably 20% less on the secondary all day long? As soon as one pops up that's in good condition, I can grab it. It will be a better deal. So, like, in the Millie Club, it's the same thing. The rare knives, the ones that are exclusive for people who are hunting for those to complete collections or whatever it is that they're after, they're inflated, as they should be, because they're rare. they're a scarce commodity, right? But the normal stuff that is under retail prices, or however you want to define it,
right,
everywhere else, is also going to be fair there. Like, people aren't just inflating everything because it's in the Millie Club. Like, people are still paying attention to values. And a lot of those rare knives that are a little bit inflated in the Millie Club, you won't see pop up on Reddit. You won't see pop up on Knife Trading and Sales Feedback, because in those places, those people get torn down by people who have no intention of buying them. And so no one goes to those places to sell them anymore. So the only place you can look is where people feel like they're allowed to even play that game.
Yeah, it's true. Can we talk a little bit about the resale value and resale prices and things like that?
We can talk about anything you want to talk about, Jason.
As well. this sounds weird but when you think about it and unpack it, it makes sense. A vibrant resale secondary where the knives are worth more than they were when they were new is overall good for the hobby.
I agree. Period.
So that sounds scary because that means when you're thinking with your own wallet, you're like, well, crap, that means my budget stretches less if the knives go up in value. But ultimately, let me explain to you why I got to that point. If you think about a dealer who does an exclusive like this knife, this is a big commitment for a dealer. The dealer has to sign on paper a contract agreeing to buy these knives. The quantity is actually plus or minus 15%. So I'll leave it for you to decide whether or not Spyderco ever makes less knives than they commit to, or whether they always make more knives than they commit to. The dealer is required by contract to buy them all. And by buy, I mean the invoice comes to you, and within a certain number of days of receiving the invoice, you have to pay it in full. So imagine writing a check for 800 to 1,000 knives that's street at $150. Cost to the dealers probably around $100, $105, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to basically sign on the line and agree that you're going to spend $100,000 to $150,000 on that knife, all in one drop, right? Now you have this inventory that you need to sell because your capital is now tied up in this contract. Also, by the way, from the time you order the knives to the time they're delivered is an absolutely unknowable time.
Right.
So really, you have to take that $100,000 and you have to not spend it on other things. You have to have that money basically sequestered.
Got to be ready.
And escrowed. Yeah, you have to be ready to pay for the contract, right? So, and things happen, right? Like right now in this blizzard that we're experiencing right now, the snowpocalypse, there's a dealer who's got an exclusive that's sitting on their loading dock. And they're like, well, I can't get my employees to work so that I can ship them. So I sure can't put them on the internet. And that means I can't get this thing going so I can pay the bill. Where am I going to find the money? I'm sure that's happening somewhere out there in the world right now. That's a real problem for these dealers. So what's best for the dealer is on drop day, their website doesn't crash. People are able to get the knives into their shopping cart and they're able to sell them swiftly and they're able to get their money back relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that happens is if the knife community wants to buy whatever it is that was invented. So in our club, something that we've tried to do is bring users of knives, knife collectors, knife users, enthusiasts, whatever, and the dealers, we're trying to bring them closer together. Because for Thomas and I, we know for a fact that dealers will order more stuff that we want if they know they can sell it.
It only makes sense.
Order garbage that won't sell if we're able to tell them why it didn't sell.
Right.
So we've tried very, very hard to make friends with the dealers and give them a community where they're free to post and talk about their stuff too. And what we're trying to do ultimately, selfishly, is I want to have more stuff I can buy. So that means we need to clear out the inventory for the stuff that's just sitting around. Mm-hmm. And I think that you'll agree that if you can buy a knife for $150 and you know that you could always sell it for $280, $300 if you hate it, there's almost no risk in trying it.
Even if I can sell it for $175,
right?
As long as I can, and I've
your money back.
The entire time I've existed in like the hobby of knives, since I created a knife Instagram and I got into buying, selling, and trading on the secondary, whether I'm buying a knife new or used, I very, very rarely will buy a knife that I'm not confident I can at least walk away from. And if I bought it secondary where it's already low, that makes sense to me because I can sell it for that low price I got it at. It doesn't matter that one other owner had it and carried it and cut with it a little bit. I should be able to, maybe I lose $10, that's okay. That's acceptable. But what I never want to happen is to buy a knife that's brand new as it's coming out and then it flops. And then I'm out $100 because I made that mistake and I didn't like it, or I just keep it because I'm going to take such a terrible bath on it. I don't want to be in that situation. Right. So a sprint run PM2 is a safer buy than a off the shelf PM2 because I know if for some reason I don't like it as much as my other PM2s, or it just doesn't click for me, or whatever it is. Maybe it's my first PM2. My first one was a DLT sprint run, or a DLT exclusive. It was the 20 CV one, and with the like light tan scales.
Yeah.
And it was great because I had it for a little bit, decided I wanted the money for something else, that exact knife, and I let it go, and I made $20 on it. You know, it was like I'd carried it, I'd used it a little bit, still made $20 on it. That worked out great. That was good for me. And the person who missed the drop originally was stoked that they got one. Like there was no victim in that. There was no crime committed. You know, I don't see why people hate that so much.
And if you think about it, there are other things in our life that are similar to that. For example, I don't know if you own your own home, but when you own your own home, you certainly aren't going to sign on the line and write a contract to buy a house that you know will be worth less than you paid for it 30 years later. Right?
I don't own a home yet, but yeah, even renting, I know that that's not a mistake I would make.
Yeah, we want to buy properties that go up in value, not down. And also, when you sell your home, do you sell it for a bro price, or do you try to get as much money as you can for the value of your home? You obviously try to get the most that you can. And when your realtor comes back at you with comps in the area, their first instinct is to hate the comps. Why? Because they're not indicative of your home, right? You don't want to hear about comps. You want to know what your house is worth. And also, comps are a bummer because it's an average, right? Including the dumps. So what's my house worth? Well, your house is worth what somebody's willing to pay for it. And what your job as a seller is to find the person who's willing to give you the most money for it. So it's also not that different with cars. Do you want to buy a $50,000 car that 3 years later is worth $18,000? Or do you want to buy a $50,000 car that 3 years later is worth $42,000? Right? One of those is a good investment. The other one is a not good investment. And it's not that different here. I want to buy things that I know are going to hold their value. If they don't hold their value, I want to know that going into it.
Yeah. And there's a whole side of purchasing cars where there are genuine car collectors who will purposely buy the cars that they know will appreciate in value. And people don't get mad at those guys who have billions of dollars worth of cars, like Jay Leno and his car collection. There's a segment of his show where it's about like, how much did I buy this for? How much is it worth now? And it's fun to see how much it's gone up. Like, that's a thing that's admirable in the automotive world. And I don't see anybody who's mad about that. Like if you buy a really nice classic Porsche or Ferrari, and in 10 years it's worth more, and that's part of your like investment strategy for your retirement, that's a cool way to save for your retirement, in my opinion. I respect it. I think that's awesome. There's car auctions. It's a whole thing. And like in custom knives, I feel like that's also kind of more acceptable. People are okay with a $10,000 table price custom going for $15,000, but $100 production knife, they're not okay with for some reason going for $150. And it's like, why can't it play the same game? I get that there's one of the custom, but if it's a limited run production size, like there's people assuming risk to make that. They brought it to market and then it's limited, whether it's one or it's 1,000. If there's more people who want it than can have it, then that's logically what happens, you know?
Right. Also, it's really nobody's business. It's between the buyer and the seller, right?
True.
Here's an example. My mother collects a line of pottery, plates, kitchenware that's made in Oklahoma, that's made in very weird earthy colors. And she has a complete set, and it's taken her years to collect it, but she literally has every piece from the color that she chose when she started it. And to me, I just see a set of dishes. There's no value in the fact that it came from Oklahoma and it's from this one factory. There's no value in that to me.
Right.
I will just go to Target and I'll buy plates, you know, when I need plates. And when they break, I throw them away and I buy more plates. So to my mother, the collection, the acquiring was fun. She and my dad got to go to a million antique shops till they found them all. And then the acquiring is fun. And now she has them and she's got them displayed and she's very proud of them. And to another person who collects those, they're valuable. But to me, they're not, you know, and this is no different. If you are the kind of person that doesn't care that it's orange and black and doesn't care that this is the only time they did an orange black XHP, then I'm not going to ever convince you that this knife is more collectible than a different one. The reality is that if you're in this world and you like collectability and you want this knife because you know others don't have it, or you want it because you're trying to build a collection, or it's just fun to own something that nobody else has, then that's something you should look at. And if you are, be prepared for the fact that people who own one appreciate the fact that it's scarce.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you go to a car meet and you see somebody with a really cool old 1970s air-cooled Porsche, that car is not cool to the enthusiasts because it's more technologically advanced and has like it's an acquired appreciation, right?
Yeah, there's context in that.
Yeah, you have to learn what it is about it that made it cool in its time and then want it now because there's something about that, right? That PM2 is the same. That I would personally, myself, I'd rather have my Scorpion PM2 or my Maximet PM2 or PM2s that I already own. I'm more happy with than I would be with the one in XHP.
Yeah.
If I'd gotten it for new price, I might see it as worth having. But to me, there's no utility because I look at it from a utilitarian standpoint. Like, will it serve me better as a tool than the ones I already have? No. But I'm not looking at it like a collector. If I collected Porsches, then it would make sense for me to buy a rare air-cooled Porsche instead of buying the new, faster, better in every way technologically Carrera S that's sitting on the showroom floor for the same or less money. Like it's an equation that you have to be deep in to even understand, and it exists in every hobby or any time that people are collecting things. And so, yeah, if I'm going to offer your mom what I see as fair value for her plate collection, it's not going to be what she sees the value as. But her neighbor who also collects those things and like has been going to all those vintage shops too and is into it will offer 10 times more than I will. Maybe 100 times more.
I mean, my God, what do you do with that? It's worthless.
Right. I don't have a cabinet to display them in. Like it doesn't do anything for me. But I can't tell your mom she's wrong for seeing the value in that. Like people collect stamps, like I think we should celebrate the people who have a collection of every PM2 and who paid way too much to get them, because good for them. That's cool. It brings them happiness. Like I'm not going to be mad because they spent $600 on the Rec Para3. Like that was their money. They're an adult. They're allowed to do that. I never would, but it doesn't mean I even think they're stupid for doing it.
So from a seller standpoint, you should want the values to go up.
Yes.
From a collectible standpoint, you should really want the values to go up. From a buyer standpoint, it's not necessarily bad that the values are going up. What that does is incentivizes you to make a decision now rather than wait. Right. But also it should make you feel better about the fact that when you get in the game, you're not going to lose your shirt.
Yep.
So, the Rec.
It's one thing if the bubble pops. Then, like if Rec Para3s all of a sudden start going for $150, then that sucks for all the people who bought them for a ton. But they're going to remain as scarce as.
I mean, at this point, the level of insanity is 700 on that knife.
Yeah,
that's bananas. That's bananas, especially when you consider that you can get a Shiro for 600. Who in the world wouldn't want a Hattie R for 600, or you could get a plain Jane Koenig for 650. So I could get this and some kombucha, or I could have a Rec Para3, which is at the time $139 knife. Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and ultimately, it's no one's business. That's what I think about all that, is that whether or not I'd make a decision on it is really just my business. It's not anyone else's.
Yeah.
So I'm thankful that in our group, we've managed to walk a line where prices aren't silly, right? The prices aren't eBay high, but they're also, it is an environment that's sort of its own. So people will bring in price quotes from Reddit, and they'll go, "Did you see this?" And it's like, well, that's great, but it's almost like it's a different language. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. That's like showing a PC guy a Mac program. He's going to go, "Oh, cool," but it doesn't matter,
Right.
And then same thing is true with eBay. eBay is its own environment, its own space, as imaginary as it is. So Facebook is its own marketplace and its own culture.
Yeah.
Blade Forums is another one. You know, they have their own thing going on. There's
What's
nothing wrong.
crazy, I've never even been on Blade Forums, which is funny because now that I've been in the knife like community for years, you would think that I'd have at least tried it, but I genuinely haven't. And I think I just haven't felt a reason to, because between Instagram, Facebook, and Reddit, I've never had an issue moving a knife. Like sometimes I'll have to take a little bit of a bath on it. I'll lose 20, 30 bucks, like worst case, you know, under what I'm in it for. But I've always been able to move a knife. And if I'm in a rush, that's usually when I will lose a little bit. If I'm not in a rush, then I can usually come out okay, right? And it's just about using those three for me. And I've even done a video on using each platform and how they're a little different. But yeah, I've never felt inclined to use eBay, especially because I feel like I just don't, I don't trust eBay like I trust other platforms. I don't like the way that they
extra money you
operate.
might make on eBay, you lose in the fees and costs of doing business there. So it almost doesn't matter. The top dollar price for a given knife on eBay, subtract out the garbage and then see what they're going for on Facebook. The answer is the same. So you'll net the same.
The only things I've ever even purchased on eBay have been like onesie twosie. Like just today, I got delivered the first thing I've bought on eBay in probably a year, and it was some glass breaker replacement screws for Microtechs. There's a seller on there who for like $10 you get two sizes because they different models fit different ones, and instead of saying like this is one fits this model,
glass breaker from all the glass you broke. I mean, if I had a nickel, right?
So I don't have a Microtech currently, but I have two on the way. So I've got a Troodon double-edged that I ordered from River's Edge Cutlery that's coming in. And then like the day after I ordered that from them, one of my buddies put in his stories, he's looking to move his combat Troodon, but it's like the Bounty Hunter Tanto one. And so I had some stuff I was willing to trade. And so I traded him for his combat Troodon. So now I've got a Troodon and a combat Troodon in the way. But when I decided to order the Troodon, I was like, the only way I'm going to order another Microtech right now is if I also have inbound a way to remove that glass breaker, because they bother me so much on any knife that has them that I couldn't, like, when I unbox that knife, I will be swapping it off that moment before it even goes into my pocket because they make me so mad. But yeah, so
the dumber is a skull crusher.
Well, that's like, what a lot of people make the argument for glass breakers for. They're like, well, it's actually just a skull crusher, but they're calling it a glass breaker for legal reasons.
I thought about stabbing you to death with my knife, but at the last minute I changed my mind and I decided I would crush your skull. Conveniently, my knife was blessed with both tools.
And as if that's going to be like a better legal value for you, you still held your knife and crushed someone's skull.
It's a deadly weapon, regardless of which end you use.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
And then there's the whole, well, I live in a wet environment. If my vehicle goes into water, then I need to pull the knife out of my pocket. Why don't you keep a glass breaker in your cup holder or the panel of your door where it's always in your car, the same spot you reach for it every time? What if you're not carrying your Microtech that day and you happen to carry your Sebenza? Then you can't get out of your vehicle. Like, keep a glass breaker in the places where it makes sense to have that tool. It's the way I feel about it. I have no patience for the idea that I need to have one on my knife.
I mean, I don't carry lightning abatement equipment. I don't carry quicksand buoyancy, escape emergency control systems. I don't have anything to mitigate radon. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, there's all these other things in the universe that I'm not equipped to handle, and glass breakage is just not any more important to me than trying to figure out how to escape a tornado.
Yeah. I would imagine Microtech is probably thinking a lot of first responders carry their knives. And I've seen a lot of cases where first responders actually do carry Microtech OTFs. If I was a first responder, I doubt that would be what I'd actually carry personally, like my choice, but I'll respect it. They're not bad knives. They can function for the things that they need to do. And so maybe they're thinking, if you're a first responder and you need to get someone out of a vehicle or something, you can use your glass breaker. That seems weird that there's a person in the car and I'm going to break the glass.
In the time it takes me to tell to the person in the car to get away from the glass, my bro can go get the axe from the back of the rig and bring it out, and we can smash the window the right way.
Or if you're a cop, you have a baton on your belt, you could use that. Like, there's other tools that I think would be better. But then on top of that, I think if that's the case, if it's like this is a feature for the first responders, why not ship the knives with what 98% of people who carry them are going to use, just being like a button head screw that's low profile and doesn't ruin the ergonomics and reverse grip and looks better, functions better. And then you could even include in the box, here's a glass breaker you can screw on if you want to.
Right.
Like, if you're someone who needs the glass breaker, do it. But instead, they used to offer the only listing I could find, Blade HQ had for like $10, they had a replacement screw that you could put on. So it was an add-on that you had to buy separately, did not come with the knife. And that listing has been out of stock from what I could tell for quite a while. And then there's nowhere else. I couldn't, through Microtech's website, buy a replacement screw. I couldn't, there's like, if you want to remove the glass breaker, I had to go to eBay and find some random seller who had like renderings of what the screws should look like. I haven't opened it yet, sitting over there, but they're like, it's not even pictures of what the screw will actually look like. It's a rendering of it. And they're like, we give you 2 sizes so that depending on which Microtech, one will fit. And like, that's what I had to do to get rid of the glass breaker. It just seems kind of dumb to me because I know some people don't mind them at all. A lot of people are fine with the fact that they're on there. Some of them, they probably even think it's cooler because it has it. But I also know quite a few people who would greatly prefer it if it didn't have it on there. And it's a screw, you know, like, why can't we just have the screw, you know? Or why can't I buy it directly from you for $2.50 or $5 or like charge me for shipping? I don't care, but make it an option that's accessible. So I'm not going to a random eBay seller or like finding some Etsy listing, you know, like, I don't know. Anyway, that's a long way to say that's the only thing I've bought on eBay in at least a year. And I think the last thing was like some random pocket clip that was for a knife that you typically wouldn't find one for.
Right. And this all just, can we just be honest and say that this is a salesperson's fault? Somebody at Microtech saw an opportunity to cram another feature onto the knife. Right. And they work backwards from something. They were like, what's that little button for? Oh, that's where you put your WD-40 in the end of the knife because it won't open all the time unless you spray it with WD-40. Oh, well, is it just going to hang open? No, we're going to put a button on it. Oh, could you make the button like evil shaped so that we could call it a skull crusher? Sure. We can do that, I guess. I mean, I don't know why, but we would. And then just work backwards from that. Right. And that's how they landed on that.
Yeah. And some of them are like
all the time,
really big. Like if it was just to be a glass breaker, there are knives that have glass breakers on them and it's like a tiny little nub at the end of the knife. But Microtech it makes it like the size of a gumdrop for some reason and paints it a wild color and like wants it to stick out on purpose. Like you're supposed to have your attention drawn to it. I don't get it. I love that company for a number of reasons. They make some knives that I adore and that I've really enjoyed. I'd love to have a sigil. I really enjoy my stitch. Like they make some great knives, but I would like all of their OTFs way better if they at least gave me the option in the box to just not have a glass breaker on it. I'll switch it myself, send it with the glass breaker on, but give me the replacement part.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Anyway.
While you were talking, I fetched my last eBay purchase. I'm getting into anodizing lately, and I need titanium that I could test on. So I bought myself some hunks of titanium off of eBay. I found a seller that just does metal.com or something and sent me some stuff. Yeah, it looks all right. Jason
anodized this for me. Are you planning to like do this for people? Should I like plug you right now, or would you rather people don't?
Tell anybody. I redid my Vero and I made a matching fulcrum. So
that looks sweet.
Yeah, pretty happy with it.
So I don't know whether Jason will help you or not, but for me, he did my Apache, which I had sent him, just kind of loaned to him to check out. And while he had it there, he was posting in our group chat and showing off all the anodizing he was doing. I was like, you want to anodize that for me while it's there? And he took all the titanium to this really cool bronze color. And yeah, it's fantastic. I've carried it a couple of times and it's holding up perfectly.
I thought the color looked great with the micarta. So yeah, I'm glad you like it because it looks killer.
Everyone I've shown it to has been like, ooh, I need to do that to mine. Yeah. So, if you get messages, it's not my fault. I'm not saying he will, not saying he won't, but he's good at it.
Yeah, it's not very hard honestly, the hardest part is the prep. The prep is everything. Getting the prep right is all that matters. This is a sample that I did recently, and you can see how gross it looks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. I cleaned it, I etched it, and I redid it 3 times, and I can't get it to look good. There's something on the surface of this metal that's causing a problem. And it turns out what it probably was I have a buffing wheel on my drill press in my garage that I have different buffing wheels for different compounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really going after a high shine on the titanium before I anoded it because I wanted to see what that would look like. It turns out that the buffing compound has some sort of silicate in it that's used to be the abrasive, but the silica repels the crystalline structure that you get from the ano. And I didn't know that until I talked to people that are smarter than me about anodizing. And that was the advice I got back, was there's something on the surface. And I cleaned it, but I didn't clean it enough. So now the only solution for this thing is to sand it all down and start over. So it's funny how just like that one thing could be enough to cause you to have a major failure in the color.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really all about the prep. And to me, I have many years experience building music instruments, building cabinetry, furniture. And during that time, some of my favorite times of doing it was the sanding part. There's something really zen about putting music in your ears and just sanding for 8 or 10 hours at a sanding table. And you're just working on door panels, or you're working on tabletop or something. And, getting it right with the touch and with the look and the feel of how the sandpaper works on the material, it doesn't require a lot of thought, but it does require enough attention that you can kind of zone out and really but also pay attention.
Yeah.
So I got
to find that happy sweet spot of like, you're into the song you're listening to, but you're taking in just enough of the metrics you need to be following to get to the result.
It's simple but meticulous. It's like that old Atari adage, easy to learn, impossible to master. That's where it's at. Like this took me 90 minutes.
Goodness.
It didn't need to. I could have done it the fast way, and I could have had an okay result, and I could have done it in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But if I just threw this in the solution and I anode it, it wouldn't have the right texture. I wanted it to have a better texture. So that meant starting over.
Yeah.
And that was while, dealing with my 6-year-old and answering the phone and checking nonstop messages. In fact, talking to you right now might be the longest all day that I've gone without checking the group.
It's in good hands. People are taking care of it. No. Yeah. I feel like the closest I get to that type of like space is either when I'm sharpening. I really enjoy. Yeah. I need to do it more. Every time I get the cami out and throw a knife on it, I like really enjoy the process. And then also if I'm doing like certain types of physical activity, like hiking or cycling, either of those, where it's just like repetitive stepping or pedaling, and there's like stuff happening around you, so it's engaging, but it's also very, very meticulous as you're going along. Like that's when I get into my, I don't know whether you call it like a flow state or whatever it is, but those are like the keys for me, is that repetitive motion and like oftentimes repetitive sound, whether it's music or the sounds of your own footstep or whatever it is. And like you can get to that spot where, I don't know, it's like a very happy place to exist in.
It's honestly part and parcel with the philosophies of Eastern meditation. Yeah. Right. I'm not a practicing Buddhist, and I know very little about it. I know very little about yoga and other practices like that, but I know enough to say that, the chanting and the breathing and the ritual of it is the experience. Right. And there's a little bit of that in this kind of work where, I don't know, you can spend 3 hours sharpening a knife sometimes. If it's a stubborn steel and you're reprofiling it, like when I did my first Koenig, I swear to God, the angle was like 27 degrees, 28 degrees per side. It was really steep and it was really dull. And it was a very pretty edge because it was very diminutive, but it wasn't good for cutting things. And Tom and I joke all the time that Koenigs are made for people that don't really cut things. They just take pictures and then they sell them. And
happens a lot.
I wanted the knife to be sharp. So I put it on the sharpener, and honestly, I've done that knife 5 times because every time I get done, I look at it and I go, somewhere around 140 grit, I jacked it up. There's a scratch here. And even though I went through all these other stages, I didn't get it. Because I was in a hurry at the beginning. I regretted it the rest of the time I did it. So I bet I've spent 15 hours sharpening that Koenig, and the edge looks great, and I didn't remove a ton of material because I'm careful not to hit it hard on the heavy stones. But reprofiling an edge on M390 and then taking it all the way to a mirror is like 8 steps, and it takes a long time to do it right. So the fact that you can work at it but never master it is really, really fun to me. I like experiences like that because you learn something every time you do it.
Yeah, and there's so much depth to it because the differences between different sharpening systems and methods, and within each system, the variants in stones you can use and the stuff you can use after the stones, and like when you watch those guys who are really, really into freehand sharpening and the types of edges that they can accomplish on like ridiculous whetstone setups where it's like in a bath of water, and it's like it's way beyond where I'm at currently. I'm still a rookie with my KME. But I love like dipping my toes into pools that I know are way deeper than I'm currently at, because it's like with knives, like part of why I haven't gotten into like the custom end of folders yet, and why I'm kind of waiting to do that, is because there's still so much left to be explored within like high-end production that I haven't owned a Shiro yet. I've handled a few. I haven't owned a Holt yet. I've handled a few, but like I'd like to own some of those like even slightly higher end production knives than I've gotten to before I start going down the custom rabbit hole. Not that I would say no to a custom if it worked out, but I think it's nice when you're in a hobby or a space where there's a lot of depth that you still have to explore, because when you feel like you get to the bottom of something, I think Thomas was talking about that recently, and maybe you as well, with like once you get all the PM2s, then like the fun was getting them, like having them all there is cool, but it's not the same as it was to get the last one you need. Like
the phrase I like to say is that the having isn't as fun as the getting. The acquiring is more fun than the having. And when you're chasing them, it's thrilling, right?
It's the hunt.
You send the payment and you get that butterfly in your stomach. You're like, oh, that's one more down. I can't believe how hard that was to get. And then it comes in the mail. And honestly, the disappointment starts like 35 seconds into opening it. You open it and you pull it out. You're like, here it is. Wow, that is a cool color. Oh, interesting. The grind is garbage. Well, okay. Well, yeah, Spyderco's grinds are getting better over time, not worse. So the grind's not as good. Oh, interesting. The laser etching on the steel name is not as deep as it is now. It's cool. And then you go, oh, the G10 feels different. And then you set it down and you're like, well, now what? It's here. I've been dreaming of this day for a year, and now it's here. I can think of a couple too where the light gray 20 CP PM2 came out, one of the very first sprint runs they did. I don't remember what the order of the sequence, but it was one of the first. That knife, I doubt there's more than 300 to 500 out there. And it feels like Henji in the Philippines owns half of them, because he's always taking pictures of them, right? He's got a pile of them. But that knife I looked for over a year. And my attitude on it was, I know this thing is so rare that when I see one, I just have to buy it, regardless of whether I even have the money. I just need to be committed that I will buy it the moment I see it. And then at the same time, there's another impossibly rare model, and that is the one that's made out of S90V steel carbon fiber scales. Now, I believe that was the first sprint. That one they made 300 of. And anyone who owns one doesn't sell it. You can't find them. And so it just so happened that within 24 hours of buying the 20 CP, I found an S90V. So that week, I think I spent $850 on 2 PM2s. Right. And then you get them in the mail and you're looking at them and you're like, oh man, I've been looking for these for a year, and they both land the same week. And then you start thinking about it and you're like, $850. Oh, what can I do with that money? Right.
Right.
I could buy another guitar. I could half a vacation. I could buy a Koenig. I could buy a Shiro. And then all of a sudden, like this doubt starts creeping in, or at least it did for me. So the way that I did it was I kind of did a tiger slam. My goal was to have all the blade steels, but not necessarily every single PM2. So if I had an S30V, I wasn't interested in buying the camo version. You know, and if I had the DLC, I didn't need the DLC camo also. So that was how I made sense of it. And that kept me from having to chase the really, really obscure ones.
Yeah. And now that you've accomplished that, have you let go of a lot of the ones that it took to get there?
In less than 10 days, I sold off the most expensive ones. So I had a complete set long enough to take a mediocre picture. And then I started selling them. And I'm angry at myself because I could have taken a much, much better photo. And it's not even all that impressive to look at. Like the way I had them organized, it doesn't make sense. But I took one picture of all of them and then I started selling. And I remember the day I listed the big expensive ones, everybody lost their mind. I was getting lots of like wellness check messages. People like, "You okay, man? You okay? You going to the hospital? You all right? Did you hit drunk driving? What happened?" And I'm like, no, changing direction. So
yeah. See, I get that. I felt that even with like singular knives that I've gotten and I've kept for like a little bit, and then I sold relatively quick because like whatever the reason was, something else shiny came along, or I just wasn't that into it at the time, or whatever it was. And then later I realized like I only took like a crappy picture of that knife. And now I feel bad because I wish I'd kind of cataloged it a little bit more. So I can imagine that must be exponentially greater when it's a whole journey to get to that point where you've got all of them. You just borrow one of Tom's pictures and say it was yours or something.
Yeah. I'm not, I definitely have plenty of stolen photos. But yeah, you know, on the flip side, I sold the laminate, I sold the S90V, I sold the 20CP, and I sold one of the orange ones. And I think that was like $1,700 back to me, you know, and you're just like, oh, that I don't feel bad anymore. You know, I did okay. One thing I'm not great at is when I want something, I'm good about rationalizing away and paying more than I should. Cause I'll be like, well, yeah, but I can have it. So I end up paying more than I should. And then it hurts me when I sell it.
Gotcha.
I don't quibble over, like, the way I look at it is if you want a knife that's $600 and somebody's selling it for $640, the thing keeping you from having it is $40. Can you find a different way to save $40 in your week? If you can, then you should probably buy the knife. That's the logic that I use on myself. And it's probably not the best when you're collecting.
Yeah, see, I think
they're cold-blooded and they don't buy it unless it's the magic number.
If it's a relatively small margin, then I'm willing to do it. Plus, I usually think, like, say I pay, I don't know, on a Demco 8020 or whatever. This is a $425 knife. If there's one that's real particular that I want, and it's $475 because there's a little less of them, like whatever it is, if I'm willing to pay that and I decide to let it go, odds are pretty high that if I post it, there'll be another chump like me. It's kind of the way I look at it. The problem then is when I like need to sell something quick, or I'm selling it to a buddy because I know they want it, then I don't want to make them pay for my mistake of like jumping the gun. So also it's for the 425 that it was new because they're a friend, or, you know, like, but generally speaking, I just try to be real careful about like, can I get that back out of it?
Right.
If I decide to let it go. And if I'm pretty confident in that, then great. And when I really love, and when I'll like take chances on knives that I might not have bought otherwise, is when I see something that I know typically goes for $325 and someone has listed it for $250. The post just went live and it's like new in box or brand new in box. Then it's like, I'll buy that, check it out, try it. If I don't like it, then I sell it for $300. The next person still gets a deal and I made $50. Like, those are fun to find when you happen to see a post as it's quick. But
I have a friend that's it's a very interesting dude. He'll probably end up hearing this, watching this. He'll know I'm talking about him. He has done many things in his life, from selling cars to being an investment manager, all kinds of things. And he has a big philosophy in life that you should do deals where everyone wins. there should always be a little win for the other guy. And even in hostile business relationships, he tends to follow that guideline that you should always build in something where the other guy wins. And I think that's true also in this stuff. Like if I have a knife I keep using this number, but I don't know why it's stuck in my head. If you have a knife that's worth $600 and you could get 630 for it, and you could get as low as 575 for it, if it doesn't really matter to you and you can sell it for 590, the perception will be that you're playing the game the right way. Whereas if you were to ask $640, then you're a peak market, and that's not optimal for moving it quickly and moving it easily. Tom's good about doing that. He will be good about pricing things so that they sell within like 20 minutes of him posting it. So to him, making the extra $10 and having the hassle of waiting 3 days is not worth it. He'd rather drop the $10 and move it right now.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it's interesting because I can totally see both sides where, like, if you're always doing that and you sell a lot, then it adds up. Sure. Where it's like, now this month after I sold 10 knives, I netted a loss of $150 compared to what I paid for them. That's a bummer. But like, if you're not listing knives like crazy, then I think it's a better way to do it. But then there is also the idea, like, a lot of the time, if you post a knife, regardless of what you post it for, some of the first offers are going to be someone, will you take this? And they'll just knock $20 off of it to see if you'll take it. Right. And so sometimes I can imagine there's somewhat of an incentive to, like, I'm going to inflate it by that $20. So then the first person who says, will you take $20 less? I'll just say yes. And then I get what I actually wanted. So it's like, I don't know, but I come from having sold cars for quite a while. And I feel like that's kind of the mentality of a lot of car dealerships, which I resented while I was there. But for some reason, I still feel it to an extent.
In the guitar world, it's typical. Like, I just sold one of my guitars, and I bought it for $1,500. I wanted to get my money back. The nature of the place where I sold it required me to mark it up to like $1,650 in order to net $1,500. And I listed it at $1,650, and instantly I got an offer of $700. That is super common in that economy. You will just have these massively insulting offers, and it's up to you to decide whether you're going to let it make you mad or not, and yeah, I had a $700 offer. I had a $900 offer. I think I had an offer at like $1,450. And then I was almost about to take it, and then somebody offered me $1,550, and I just went, all right, let's do that one. And then I lost $100 basically. And the way I look at that is, I enjoyed it for 2 years. Did I have $100 worth of fun with it? I certainly did. When I think about golfers and the amount of money they spend on their hobby, and they have nothing to show for it, they have a dirty bag of clubs, and they lost a dozen balls, and they spent $250 on the day to play a course and have dinner. So the experience is what they bought. And to me, that's what you enjoy from the knife, hopefully.
Yeah. I get that. When I bought my second Arius, and I decided, if I get another Arius, this time I'm going to use it. I'm going to carry it, and I'm going to pull it out, and I'm going to cut things with it. I'm not going to just have it to say I have it, right? Then I also came to the realization, like, what's worst case here, right? Arius generally holds its value pretty well. So even if I treat this knife like a total user for a year, and I carry it all the time, and I beat on it, which, like, the Arius, actually, the one I have, doesn't show wear all that crazy. I'm pretty good about knife maintenance, so it still looks really good, but I've carried it and used it a lot. It's like, how much do I actually lose if I sell a total user Arius? Maybe $150, maybe $200, worst case. Like, probably not even that much. And to me, it's worth it to have a knife that I love and to use that much for that period of time. And maybe I never let go of this Arius. I've had it now for a while, and I don't feel like letting it go at all. But it was like a calculated, I just had to rationalize, like, in my own mind, how much can I lose? And is that number worth having the enjoyment of using it all the time? Absolutely it is. Like, that's one of those, like, treat yourself type of things. I feel like I'm worth more when I let myself enjoy an expensive thing.
Right.
and actually use it. It's
So,
like getting a new club that you're just going to go beat up on, and you're not thinking about reselling it. You're just thinking about hitting the ball hard with it and enjoying
right.
it.
So let's do a shout out to the fellas in the Millie group right now. This Rec 10V dead mint is worth $260,
Mhm.
$275, something like that. That's what these are going for. Dead mint in the box, wrapped up with a hanky on it.
Still tipped down.
Yeah, never touched. If you move the clip like every human being is going to, and then you put it in your pocket a few times, and then you flick it a couple dozen times, the knife is no longer brand new. It's in this awful category that I can't stand called like new in box. Right. Or it's been carried lightly carried, light user. It's worth $240, $250. So what are you out? You're out $20. The part that kills Tom and I the most about the sale post in the group is just how much pain and effort people put into
rating it.
They're trying to get 105% out of the quality of the knife versus what it actually is. They want to get just a little bit more. And it amuses us to no end that guys will risk getting thrown out of the group and lie about the condition of a knife so they can get an extra $10.
Right.
Just underrated a little bit. It's not that big a deal. You don't have to be dishonest about the condition of the knife. Just tell us how it is. So yeah, we see that all the time in the group. Don't be afraid. Yeah. Don't be afraid to carry them. Jesus, just enjoy your stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not one of those people who's like, there's the whole use your stuff crowd, right? Who will.
Oh no, I sounded like that guy. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
They will use your shit guy.
There's people who will like collection shame because it's like, oh, you don't even use any of your knives, right? And I don't feel that way at all. If somebody wants to literally never even carry a knife and just have a collection of them that they keep in a closet somewhere, like, cool, that's fine with me if that's what you decide to collect. Again, I think it's cooler than stamps that what you want to collect are knives.
I like to say I'm renting those.
Yeah, but at the same time, like,
to me, if I don't carry it, then that means I don't really love it. And that means that it's probably not going to stay. So, this knife I've shown a few times. I move the clip so that the photographs I take of it are a little more coherent, but I don't carry it. It's beautiful. I just don't carry it. I have other knives I do carry. I know that this one's not a forever knife.
Yeah.
I'm just borrowing it.
Yeah. And that's like, I've bought tons of knives that when I bought them, it might have been because it was a good deal or I just wanted to check it out or whatever it is. And then pretty quickly when I get a knife, I can tell whether it's going to be something that is worth me putting in my pocket, carrying and using. Now that I review knives, I put everything in my pocket and carry it and use it a little bit. But before having the channel, there were plenty of knives that I bought on a suspicion that I might like them or might love them, but they were really pretty. And it was like, I'll have to like this so much for how pretty it is for me to be willing to take it out and cut stuff with it.
Yeah.
And if the amount of infatuation wasn't there, then it was like, okay, I check this out for a few days. I check it off my list of being able to say that I owned one.
Right.
Cool.
Here's a haptic. I've owned it for a few weeks. It's phenomenal. It's never been in my pocket. I'm scared to carry it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it out loud. This is not a knife that I'll probably keep forever. This is a knife I'm basically renting from the hobby, and it will soon be someone else's. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a gorgeous knife. I should send it to you so you can play with it. It's truly amazing.
Oh, then I won't be willing to carry it.
Yeah, but it's something that ultimately I know it's not my forever knife.
Yeah, you got that one from Wes, right?
I did.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I would love to get a hold, and I actually think the haptic looks better than the Spectre. And I like Warncliffe's, so yeah, I would love to if I can find a way to like get one on a drop or in a lotto or something and pay table for one, then of course I'll do it. And it'll be great because even if I carry it and use it a little bit, I'll know I'll make a couple $100 on it still if I decide to let it go. And the next person will actually be getting a good deal compared to market price on it.
Let's talk about that for a minute. If you're a good guy and you've ingrained yourself in the community, you don't have to pay the inflated prices. you will find a community of people that will adopt you, and you'll become friends with them. And then you'll get bro deals from other people that paid table also.
It's true.
They're out there, right? But if you're impatient and you storm into a knife community and you expect to have a knife right now, you're probably going to pay premium.
Yep.
I can think of several people in my life right now that walked into a brand and just started buying stuff willy-nilly. And guess what? They paid top of market for all the stuff they bought. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because they have what they wanted and they had it right now. They didn't have to wait. But at the same time, when you make relationships and friendships with people, you're not always going to pay that ultra premium price. You're gonna be able to get it for the good deal.
Very true. Yeah, even just recently, I got the CKF Evo 2.0, and these are a production knife, but small-ish number of production knives, and they just came out. There's a lot of hype. The 1.0s are super sought after, and a bunch of people have been selling these. Even the like plain Jane version like this for $900 plus, and this was a $600 knife, brand new. And I just happened to get really lucky. I had a buddy who I've actually known since high school, and he got one, decided he didn't want to keep it. And he's not as in depth in like the community and like constantly engaging like I am. Like very few people spend as much time in the interface of the knife community as I do, right? And so he got one, decided he didn't want to keep it, and so he gave it to me for what he got it for. And it was like, I'm sure he was aware that he could have taken it to some other forum and sold it and made a couple $100. But to him, like, I was a friend. He thought I might be looking for one. And he reached out to me. Was like, hey, do you want one of these? And I've got friends who, if I were to sell them a knife like this, I would sell it to them for table. But if I was just making a listing to sell the knife and none of my friends were like hunting for it at the moment, I wouldn't have any problem listing this for $700 for tomorrow. I might not list it for 900 because personally to me that feels a little crazy. But then you can also like, what could actually happen if I decide to let this knife go is maybe I'll trade this for a knife that also tabled for around $600 and is now inflated. And then it's like, we're just playing with what the actual values were instead of fairy tale values that have like been decided on.
Yeah. That's another way to win. Right. So I have a haptic Prestige that's just, or not a haptic, Spectre. Thank you. Spectre Prestige that I got for table. Well, how did I get it for table? The person who owned this knife that bought it from the Holtz wanted a knife that I had really badly. I had a Roosevelt. He wanted the Roosevelt so badly, he offered this in trade. And then ultimately, we're both trying to decide what our knives are worth. And at the time, these were volatile, but they were really high. You could argue that this knife was worth $2,100. And I could argue that my Oz Machine Company knife was worth $1,600. But he knew that I knew that he paid $1,100 for this knife. And I knew that he knew that I paid $640 for my Roosevelt. So what are they worth? Well, you know what? Ultimately, what we decided was that they're worth the delta. So, you know, I did not pay $2,100 for a $2,100 Holt. But now I'm in a position where I got to try out another knife that I've always wanted to try that I don't really have a realistic opportunity to buy due to the nature of the way they're sold. And even that,
you were both using equity, right? Like that's as simple as it goes.
Good way of putting it. Or we're ignoring the chaos. Yeah. That's the other part. So I traded a Vero for a Vero the other day, and that's how we agreed on a fair value. Was he had the one I wanted, I had the one he wanted. Objectively, his cost more than mine. So I chipped in a little extra. And when you look at the secondary, you know, I was probably trading the hotter knife. But to me, that was not as important as getting the one I wanted. So we both won. And I made a friend. And then he joined the group. Now he's in the group. And I wrote a welcome post. And everybody said welcome. And then he felt really good. And he was like, thanks, man.
That's awesome.
So made a friend, right? And to me, that's why I'm here. I'm not here to make money on my hobby. I'm here to build friendships.
Right. Yeah, that's one thing that I've always found interesting is like, I try to make a little bit on some knives where it makes sense to make a little bit, but I
Yeah.
do that because I want to buy more knives with what I get out of them, right? So it just
Right.
gives me more spending money for the hobby. Um, but there are some people, and I've observed it ever since I first got into the hobby, who seem to like at least consider it a side hustle. Maybe it's what they do to make a living, where they like find knives that they can buy for relatively cheap, and then they either resell them or they raffle them or something. And I just find it like such a unrelatable thing. Like here I am now in the EDC space, and I am trying to make money at this. My YouTube channel is monetized. Like I have some little bits of merch that people buy here and there, which really just kind of helps with shipping. But like I'm trying to make content and monetize that content, and I'm open about that. I have nothing to hide in that process. But the idea of like using knife sales, I've just never seen that the juice is really worth the squeeze unless you're doing like a raffle page or something, which is also like kind of a big risk a lot of the time because raffle pages aren't exactly allowed. And so it's this weird thing where I've just always found it interesting how you see some of these characters kind of come into the sphere, and it seems to really be a focus of them as like, I'm going to make money by buying and selling knives. And I don't know, it just seems like it would be less fun to me too. Like I want to make a little more so I can spend a little more than once I get that money out of it. But that's about all it is for me.
I think that there's phases for most people that I've witnessed in this group and in this hobby in general. You come into it owning one knife. You start asking questions like, should I buy a Manix for PM2? You know, what's S110V? Is it better than S30V? Those guys are just starting the journey.
Yep.
And you can't be shitty to them. They just got here. You know,
Right.
They're not asking that question to be annoying. They're asking that question because they legitimately don't know the answer. And
you don't have to think back very far for most of us to remember a time where you didn't know.
It wasn't that long ago that we didn't know. And then the next thing that generally happens is an exclusive will be dropping, and they'll be like, should I get one? Should I get one? And someone will whisper in their ear, hey, it's limit 2. Buy 2 of them and sell 1 for a profit. And then you've got a half price knife. And they go, oh, no, really? I can do that? So along comes a PM2. They buy 2. They sell 1. And they realize that flipping for a profit actually is pretty sweet. You can make some good money sometimes. Depends on the knife, depends on how much, but yeah, you can do okay. But I think what happens over time is you start to realize that the hustle and the extra output of money to make $80 just isn't worth it. And sometimes it's 40.
Yeah.
And then you start getting accused of being a gouger and being a scalper and being a shady dude. And then that doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, you own 2, but somebody that you met needs one and you like the guy and you want to help him out. So you sell it for cost. And I know for me, this is the cycle I went through. And next thing I know, I was buying 2 of everything with the intention of giving the other one to someone else. And then it occurred to me that maybe they wouldn't need to get it from me if I hadn't bought the second one, because I'm just stealing another knife from the available quantity.
Yeah.
And then the next step for me was getting to the point where I stopped buying things I didn't care about. Because for a while I was buying almost everything that was coming out from Spyderco because I just wanted to have the next thing. And the acquiring again is more fun than the having. So I would acquire it knowing that I could move it.
Yeah.
Now it's like, if I don't have a deep passion for it, I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah. The only times that I've engaged in like hype buying have just been mostly humorous, like the Spyderco Poachy. That knife I bought just because it was hilarious.
Shout
out. I knew I wasn't going to like that knife. You know what I mean? But like part of it being a reviewer now, I like justify it. Like, oh, I'll get it. I'll laugh about it. I'll make some videos about it.
I don't know what you could hate about this knife.
Everything.
It's really sharp. It's got a really sharp point. It folds up really small in your pocket. It looks like a dog. You can make it hump your other knives. I mean, the photo quality alone of this knife is majestic. And I don't know where else you're going to own a knife where a flipper tab is so underwhelming that the knife does this.
It won't deploy.
It's on bearings, everybody. It's on bearings.
It's bad. But yeah, knife, like knives like that.
All style, no function.
Or like I have a Boker Desert Warrior from Blade HQ. I have the mini one. I don't think I've even done my review on that knife yet. I probably should. But like sometimes I'll buy knives that I just think are funny. You know,
Isn't that
like
knife made by Kenner?
I don't know.
Kenner or Nerf or Blammo?
The Boker?
Yeah.
Probably. I showed it to my brother-in-law yesterday. I carried it. And I was like, you want to see the manliest looking knife you've ever seen in your life? And he knows I'm always carrying like really cool stuff.
Brought to you by Log.
And I show it to him. And first of all, I don't think he'd ever handled an out the side auto. So he didn't even like know what to do with it. But he was just like, what is this thing? It's just a donut colored knife for no reason. But like, what was that, like 40 or 50 bucks? So like the Pochi was egregiously expensive for it being a joke.
Fair. It's a $190 knife.
Yeah, that was a hit. But like it's also fun to just try things every now and then. Yeah, I don't know. Knife collecting is an odd thing. I feel like your collection in the time that I've known you has really turned in terms of the type of stuff that you have. Because when we first talked, so I don't know if I'll even get this timeline totally correct. I met you because when I started my channel, I had posted one of my first videos was the Rec Scorpion PM2 review.
We were both wrapped up in the pre-release of that knife.
Yeah, so I didn't get it ahead of time. I bought that knife new.
Your video dropped the day the knife dropped, right?
No, that was the Avocado PM2.
Okay.
So the Scorpion PM2.
I got an early Scorpion, so I could do a video about it.
Oh, that's rad. So I hadn't. I didn't even have a relationship with River's Edge Cutlery at that point. I never talked to Mike or Brian over there. I just wanted that knife. I'd been waiting for 10V to drop. Got it. Posted a video. I happened to be not many people had put up videos of them, so I was one of the first few.
Yeah, you're right. I think yours and mine, and that was it.
Yeah, and so then I posted it on Instagram about it as well, and then it was either you or Tom. I always forget which one of you talked to me first, but from the Millie Club account, you were like, "Hey, join us over on the Millie Club."
Yeah.
And then I did, and then we did a Zoom chat thing. When I was kind of first on there and I was brand new to YouTube, and you guys were like, let's come on and be our guest and talk about being on YouTube. I think it was just you at that point. Tom wasn't even like okay with being on camera yet, which is hilarious because now he's Mr. Live 24 hours a day. But yeah, so then we did that little Zoom chat. It was great. I met Jeff from Cutlery Shop that same time, some guys from the group. And I feel like, so during that chat, you guys were asking me questions about the Arius because I was talking about how it was my favorite knife. And neither of you had owned one, but you'd stopped by their booth at Blade Show. And then I don't think you had very many like customs or even like really high-end production knives at that point. You had like mostly Spyderco's, or am I wrong about that? Did you have more diversity?
No, that's true. I had very few non-Spyderco knives, and I certainly wasn't dabbling into mid-tech yet. So there's a lot of stuff that was out there that I was unaware of. So
yeah. The reason you're having fun, nothing against it.
Yeah. And the reason that was happening was largely because I was in this mindset there where a knife would come out like the 10V Scorpion. And in my mind, they only made like 647 of the satins and 693 of the black. I remember the number. Knowing that they were small quantities, that seemed like a good speculation to me, like snarfing those up and holding them or putting them away. That was a good one to bet on because it wasn't long after the drop. You could still get those at like $175, $180
for a while too, which was crazy.
Yeah. And I knew that knife was going to go up $100. I just knew it because it's such a good steel. It's such a limited thing. And if Rec orders more, it'll be a long time. So knowing what I know about the cycle of Spyderco, and I knew it was a good piece to collect. So there was a time where I had 5 of them, and then I had 6 of them. And then it wasn't just that one. You know, other knives would come along that I would go, okay, well, I need to go deep in that one. So what happened was I had a lot of money tied up in knives that I wasn't even able to use or enjoy. They were just put away. And what I came to realize is that that's kind of silly. Another thing I was doing was I would buy a PM2 and I would want to customize it. But if you're going to do that, you're ruining the value of the resale of the mint condition one. So you need to have two. So the concept of a backup knife was something that Tom is all in on. And I was doing to a certain extent. And I was just wasting a lot of money on knives I wasn't enjoying. So when I knew you in the beginning, I was still kind of stuck in that phase. So now there's not a lot of knives that I have duplicates of. And if I do have duplicates, then they're not put away. They're actually taken apart. So I have 3 10Vs and all of them are wearing Aramis scales, you know, and then I have, I don't know, all my customized knives are exclusives or sprint runs, because why not? You know, in the end, I can put it back together. And like we talked about earlier, I can put it all back together again and I can sell it for $30 less than the mint condition one.
Right.
So,
which is still way more than you're in it for.
Which is more than I'm in it for because I bought it when it came out.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at now. So those things are edited down. So if you imagine at the heyday, I probably had 45 PM2s and now I'm down to 20. And then Para3s, I had 30 or 40 of them and now I'm down to 7. So that's the other part is I'm not buying knives I don't want. Mannix. I really like a Mannix, but I don't love a Mannix. The G10 Mannix is not interesting to me. It's heavy and it's weird to carry. And there are other knives I like better. So I don't own any. And, you know, that doing that has helped me find more capital. Now, all of a sudden, I've got Arius money because I'm not buying duplicates of knives I don't want.
Right.
You know?
In fact, when you got your first Arius, you got like 10 Arius is Arii, because you weren't sure which one you wanted most.
I bought 3 because it took about 90 days to learn how to get one. You can't just go buy one off the shelf, right? You have to learn how to buy one. And it just so happened that the several drops all happened at the same time. DLT did a drop and EDC Foundry did a drop. And then the night before the DLT drop, I found, what is it, Blade Baby or something like that, where they sell used knives.
I've never been on
There's
it.
a site that sells premium mid-tech stuff, and they do resale and consignment. And I found one on there for a really good price, and it was
somebody who was hoping to have money for the drop the next day.
Probably, yeah. It was one that I had not seen yet. It was where's it?
The blue Alutex one?
No, that it was it's this knife. The color's kind of hard to tell, but it's actually like a steel blue. And then the hardware is just a rough wash titanium. So the rough wash tie with the blue I thought was really cool, and it's a plain Jane. And this was $590 gently used. So I bought this, and then I bought one of the blue twills, and I bought a textured plain Jane, or not, I guess not a plain Jane, but a textured tie. And of the 3, when you know it, the used one had the best action. It had the best flick experience. So this is the one that stayed, and then the other ones I sold. But to me, what I knew was I'd never find 3 knives in a place where I could try them all. The only way to do it was to just buy them. So the short term was I put money into the 3 Arius, and then I was able to sell them for what I had in them and get out.
It's a baller move. I remember because we had specifically talked about the Arius.
Yeah.
And then you were like, all right, I'm giving them a try. And then you're sending me a video and a private message, and you've got 3 of them sitting on your table. And
it's a little bit like ordering blue jeans on the internet, where you don't know what size you're going to be. So you order 3 sizes, and then you send back the other 2. Only this is much douchier because it's Koenigs.
I respect it. Game, respect, game.
So this one actually has an upgrade scale on it.
Is that micarta?
Yeah. So Eric Yakush from the group, he goes by Shepherd. That's actually his dog's name, Shepherd. So
Shepherd TC scales. Right?
Yeah, his company is Shepherd Conceal Carry, and he actually Shepherd Custom Concealment. That's what it is. He started making Koenig scales, and the guy's an artist when it comes to making things. He's much more so than the other guys. It's a lot of handwork. So his stuff comes out perfectly perfect, and it doesn't look machined. But the flip side of that is it takes a long time for him to make anything, a long time.
Yeah, his
and
wait times are
there's more demand than there is hours in the day. So it's a long wait for his stuff. But when you get it, it's cool. And what I like about this is not a formulation that you could get anywhere. And Koenig is so busy making knives, they don't yet make parts.
right.
So they don't make scale replacements. And if you ask them about it, they'll tell you another reason they don't is that each of these knives is hand fit at the lock. So I think if anybody else was doing this, it probably wouldn't work out. But for Eric, the guy makes 270 different knife scales. So if you can think of a knife where you'd want a different upgrade scale, he probably knows how to do it. So these are actually hand fit also. He takes the time to work them out just right. But yeah, so now the knife was already fun to me because it was used, which made me less scared to carry it. But then when I was able to add a scale made by a buddy of mine, you know, now it's not only awesome knife, but it's sentimental to me in other ways. Look at that edge. Looks good tonight.
It's gorgeous.
Sometimes you can't get the picture right.
I feel you. So you've gone down the Koenig rabbit hole. You've gone down the Holt rabbit hole. We've seen you've got a Spectre.
Yeah, I've gone down enough that I own the sweatshirt, and I'm regretting this decision. So if you're bearing with us, you're an hour 50 into this, know that I'm sorry that I wore the sweatshirt. But it's comfortable, and I look cool in it. So I like
No,
it.
you're good. You own the knives. We were talking before we came on camera that I have this thing where if I don't own something from the company, I feel really weird wearing their apparel, like for knife companies. So like I have some Spyderco shirts. I'm wearing a BGM shirt right now. I've got 2 of these. And I ordered an OZ machine company, or is it Oz machine? Do you know? Are you supposed to say OZ or Oz?
His last name is Osborne, so I imagine it's Oz.
That makes sense. I always say OZ. Anyways, I have an Oz machine shirt that I bought right before the drop of the book spots last time he opened his books. But if you're familiar, I do not have an Oz Roosevelt as much as I would love to, because those spots sold out in like 40 seconds and I was checking out at like 46 seconds. So I missed it, right? But I had bought the shirt, I think it was the night before, to make sure all my payment info was right. And like, I just wanted to buy something inexpensive. And then I figured when I've got the knife, I'll love wearing the shirt. Anyways, I wasn't going to be that guy and like cancel my shirt order because I didn't get a spot. That seemed really petty and weird. And I still want one of the knives, but I have the shirt sitting in my closet wrapped in plastic because I have this weird thing where I'm like, I'll feel like a poser if I'm wearing an Oz shirt, but I don't own one of his knives. That seems...
You should probably have it stenciled and make it say something like, I wanted a Roosevelt, but all I got was a scrappy t-shirt.
I'll just put under his logo, it'll put hopeful, like I'm an Oz hopeful.
Yeah.
That's how I identify. But anyways, I do enjoy knife apparel. I just have this weird thing where I have to also have it in my pocket if I'm going to wear it, or at least own one,
The thing that I'm really getting excited about now, so I've transitioned from like speculating and collecting $150 knives. I've done that. I'm tired of it. The mid-tech world, the way I see it is from like the $300 range to the $800 range. The knives are more or less the same. They come in different variations of hard to build or hard to acquire the material, but generally speaking, they're all manufactured with the same type of processes.
With excellence, yeah.
Well, yes, like laser beams and robots. That's how they're made. Yeah. And that's great. Above $800, now you're in a range where you and the designer or the builder can collaborate, right? And you can actually fabricate something that's either never been done before, if that's important to you, or exactly what you want it to be, or inspired by the builder themselves, and then you basically let them build what they want. And that's a world now that I'm very, very interested in, is getting to know the builder and then having that relationship level experience with them. And I don't have a lot of that yet, but I'm kind of on the way. And for me, it started with Pat Doyle, buying that Doyle knife that you reviewed. Since then, I've bought 2 more. So now I have 3. And what I love about Pat is that you can call him, you can message him. The guy makes no more than a dozen knives a month. He makes them on his terms. He doesn't take special orders, and there's no money down. he just builds what he wants to build, and then if you want it, you can try to buy it, and if you can't get it, then there'll be more. You know, and he doesn't even think about that. He just keeps building knives the way he wants to build them. And what I love about his stuff is just how much of him is in the product, you know. And I like his design philosophy, and I like the value that you get for the money that you spend on his stuff. And you don't have to spend $10,000 to get a knife that's really dialed in, that's really sweet, but also usable and carryable. So there's that really nice sweet spot. I kind of see somewhere between like $800 up to about $1,600. In that range, you can get almost anything you want made however you want it made by someone who's building small batch artisan knives. And that's a world that I'm really interested in exploring more. And what I'm really excited about is now that that's sort of my focus when I go back to Blade Show in Atlanta, I'll be able to walk the floor and look for that kind of thing, versus getting underwhelmed at the Benchmade booth. You know,
so Blade Show Atlanta supposedly is on, right? They're talking about it like it's on June like 4th through 6th or something.
George, it's funny. I don't know what, like, I'm really at the point now with COVID where I feel like it's more political than it is a disease. And it almost depends on how the politics of the moment are. If it's not expedient to be afraid of it, it'll happen. And if it is expedient to be afraid of it, then they'll cancel it. But I think they'll have it. Atlanta's awfully hot at that time of year. You know, it'll be in the full blown summer. So I don't know how bad it will be, but you know, it ultimately depends on you know, how COVID works out. I'm optimistic.
They've announced already that they're moving west down to Long Beach, it's interesting. So they said Orange County on one of the things, but I've heard Long Beach tossed out, and Long Beach is LA County. So I don't know. It's close to Orange County, but I'm not sure where. But the Blade Show had like a flyer. I posted it in my
I'm glad they're moving Blade West to somewhere that really has a deep, enriched knife culture. You know, Portland's it's a boat anchor when it comes to knife culture. There's no such thing there. But obviously, you know, Orange County, that's the place to go. Who decides these things?
At least, so in Southern California, we do have quite a few makers. So there's like
I suppose, but there's a lot of things that you can't carry.
Yeah, it is interesting. Part of me wonders if that decision was made because California Custom Knife Show did happen, and that was in 2020, and it was in Southern California.
Yeah,
that was actually in Orange County. So maybe because Orange County specifically, the guidelines and the restrictions are a little bit different than they are in a lot of places. Maybe it's just like that's a place that will let them do it. And they could do it outdoors like they did California Custom Knife Show. So it could be open air. If you're
Orange County also seems to want to stick their finger in the eye of anything that LA is doing. So if LA is saying lockdown, they're going to say no.
They're going to say open up. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know. I think for me, I am very hopeful that it does happen here 40 minutes from my house, because that would be awesome for me. I could go every single day of it, and I wouldn't be paying for a hotel or travel or anything like that.
To me, I'm just still stuck on the fact it's like, let's just do a check down of cities west that would be good for a knife show. Okay. I'm thinking Denver. Yeah. Dallas,
Vegas would work even.
Austin. Sure. Vegas. Absolutely. Who doesn't want to go to Vegas? Salt Lake City is a good idea.
Yep.
Portland. Yeah. Portland's a good idea. And then like way down the list would be LA.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It works out for me, but it is interesting because I increasingly find there are a lot of people who are into the hobby in Southern California, but you're right. It's not a place that is conducive to it. Even like at California Custom Knife Show, I bought a Microtech stitch, and I got a bunch of comments on my videos from people who know I'm in California. Like, how did you even get that? And it's like, I bought it here in California at a knife show. And it's like, I don't even know how kosher that is to do. But California Custom Knife Show was a tiny little show. I don't think anyone was really regulating it. I would assume Microtech was doing the right thing. And if they weren't, I wouldn't be the one to call them out for selling me an automatic knife. But like, yeah, you're right. It doesn't seem like the the place that makes the most sense to have a show centered around this hobby. But if you do it in Vegas, that's where SHOT Show already is. If you do it, I guess maybe for people who want to fly in, LA has the infrastructure that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. They could have got a hell of a deal from Vegas. I know that.
Yeah.
Some of the guys in the group have been going there midweek for vacations, and they're getting palatial suites and, you know, VIP concierge service everywhere they go, and they're paying, you know, pennies on the dollar for it.
Yeah.
So
they're doing I've been seeing, I don't know if it's already happened or it's about to, but Blade is putting on a show in Texas, but it's like a Western type of show.
Yeah, they purchased the rights to another show, and that one just happened recently. Mm-hmm. And what I really liked about it was I looked down the list of the builders and I didn't know anyone.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, okay, I need to go to
that. Yeah, that can be a good thing because you can find some gems in it, right? But it can also be like, I don't know, like a California Custom Knife Show. It's a very small show. It's the only one I've been to so far, so it's all I can speak to. There are some makers at that show who I've never heard of, and I will never remember what they were called because, like, I look at their stuff and maybe some of them only make kitchen knives, which I'm not into, or they're just making stuff that like doesn't appeal to me at all. But yeah, then there's some that you bump into. It's like, how have I never heard of you?
Right.
And now I want to follow you closely. So yeah, I think that can be a double-edged sword there of maybe there's a reason you don't know about them, but some of them you might want to.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. For Blade Show last year, the year before, Tom and I went, and we had one day. We decided that we could do it in a day. And at the end of the show, we lied to ourselves and said that was enough time. But after like a month, we agreed that it was not enough time. There was a tremendous amount of time wasted on where do we go? Where do we go? We have a limited amount of time. What do we see next? And the show's so big, it's hard to navigate. It's hard to know where to go and how to get there. And you don't know where the rows and columns are. It's really that big. And yeah. I remember like we went to Spyderco and we wanted to meet Eric Lesser. We met Sal and we got to talk to Sal. And then we talked to Eric's assistant, but we didn't see Eric. And then we left and we came back like 2 more times to try to find Eric to say hi. And we wanted to give him a club sticker or something like that. And weren't able to meet with him. But that was an hour of our time that we wasted trekking back to Spyderco to try to run into him. Mm-hmm. You know, so that's just an example of that one thing. And then, you know, we'd run into friends or we'd run into guys that we knew from the club, and you know, each one would be a little chit chat, and that would eat up time. So now for Atlanta, we bought the early passes so we can get in super early, and then we're going to stay 2 days.
Yeah. How much are those early passes? I haven't even looked at ticket cost for actually attending the show.
Because we went in the past, we were given pre-access. They're not available to the public yet. So that's kind of weird that we were able to get tickets, but they're not even listed yet as available.
Gotcha.
I think for the 2 of us to get the weekend pass with early, I think it was like $165.
That's not that crazy. Yeah, I feel like for me, the biggest thing would be I'd have to fly there and I'd have to find a place to stay there. It's like,
right.
When you're talking airfare and a hotel.
I mean, at this point, I think we should do an Airbnb and just get a house and figure it out. I intend to drive down, so we'll have a car.
Okay.
So that's probably. It's nice to have a hotel near the event, but at the same time, if you're going to spend $160 a night for the hotel, you could get an Airbnb for more, and then by the time you divide it out, it works out pretty good.
Yeah, split that between a few guys, and it'll be a lot more comfortable and convenient and interesting. Yeah, that's one of those things too, where like last year it was going to be my first Blade Show West because I had that buddy who moved up to Portland, and then they just canceled it. It was like, bummer. And then this year it was like, oh great, I'll do it in Portland. But now maybe it'll be here, so we'll see. But I feel like with me being kind of like pretty much all in on like knives being my thing, I should probably make a point to get to Blade Show if at all possible, but we'll see. It'll be interesting because Atlanta is not close. I would definitely have to fly. I would not want to drive that far.
Good news for you is it's a direct flight. You're going from one of the busiest airports in the U.S. to the busiest airport in the world. So it should be easy to get there. It's probably a 4-hour flight, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm not worried about how long I'd be in the air or anything like that.
Yeah. Airfare is cheap right now, too. I don't know if you've looked lately, but
it's real cheap.
Yeah. Like you can get to Florida from Indiana for less than you would have paid in the 80s. It's like $70 a ticket.
Mm-hmm. So right now, I haven't flown in a couple of years anywhere, actually. I don't know where the last place I flew was. Anyways, yeah, if you fly right now, per current COVID restrictions, do they have that, like you have to stay where you're going for a certain amount of time? Or
they do if you're going to Hawaii, but not continental U.S.
Okay. So if I were to book a flight, fly into Atlanta, I could just be there for the weekend and hop on the plane right back. And okay. Yeah, I'm not a big traveler in terms of air travel. I mean, I've done it. I've been on planes a bunch of times. I'm not like that kid who's like, I've never left California. But I don't fly very often, especially now that we've got the little one. It's like air travel.
I don't enjoy the hassle of it. It needs to be worthwhile. And one thing that's a big problem for me is in Indiana, our airport is an international airport only through a technicality. It has one international flight.
Mm.
The rest of this stuff, you're generally connecting somewhere. So for me, it's an hour drive to the airport.
And that's Indianapolis? Or?
Yeah. It takes me an hour to get to the airport. Once I get to the airport, I have to get there an hour early. Then I get on a plane and I generally fly to Chicago where I connect to wherever I'm actually going. Or I'll connect in Detroit, or I'll connect in Atlanta, or I'll connect in New Jersey, or I'll connect in Minnesota, or connect in Dallas. Mm. So you're almost always adding at least a 90-minute flight somewhere to wherever you're going. And then if you have a layover, that's no less than 45 minutes, sometimes 2 hours.
Right.
So sometimes when you look at it and you really add it all up, a 6-hour car ride is faster than flying. It's just
at least less stressful because you're dealing with, you're just stopping for gas to pee. You're not having to switch planes. And
for my job, I travel a lot. Like I drive 40, 50,000 miles a year. So it doesn't bother me even a little bit to get in the car and drive 6 hours in one direction. It just doesn't bother me. I could listen to a podcast, listen to this podcast, and I'll just drive and I don't crash into anything. I get where I'm going. I have my vehicle. I can bring all my knives with me. I don't have to worry about somebody stealing one out from the airport.
That's true. Maybe I should actually look at how long of a drive that is from LA. It's probably pretty long, but like in end of December, we drove up to Portland and that was 14 hours. And because I've got a little one, I got my wife and daughter in the car. We left here at like 4 a.m., I think. And yeah, that sounds right. Something like that. And I just drove straight, and like it stresses me out like crazy. I hope she doesn't hear me saying this right now, but when my wife is driving, it's like it scares me to death. So I drove the entire way nonstop. The only stops we made were for gas and then once for lunch real quick that we ate in the car. And like we just got there. And I love that because I had them asleep for the first 6 hours and just listened to an audiobook, got through most of it. And then like switched it on to podcasts. My daughter put her headphones on. And if I can just like drive and listen to what I want to listen to, it doesn't bother me one bit. But what would worry me is if I end up having to get a hotel on the way somewhere because it's more than like, I don't know, 20 hours or something, then like that would be way too brutal to do in one shot. And if I'm staying somewhere along the way and it's that long of a drive, then flying becomes way more worth it. So,
well, this will probably make up your mind for you. I just looked it up. From your house to Atlanta is 1 day and 7 hours of nonstop driving. It's 2,100 miles, 2,168.
Flying it is.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a long way.
Ooh, yeah.
The other problem for me is I'm 6'4". I don't fit well in an airplane. It is a test of my will to see if I can sit still with my knees rubbing on the seat in front of me. in a very uncomfortable chair, whether I can endure that for the trip,
Yeah.
and it's just not enjoyable. If I don't have to fly, I'd prefer not to. But like you, I'm not afraid to fly. I don't have a phobia of it. It's not fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not like also sitting there clapping when we're landing and trying to see the clouds the whole way. Like it's not something I want to do. But
one of the greatest cities in the world to shop for guitars is Nashville, Tennessee. They have 5 of the world's greatest guitar stores, and it's just far enough from my house that I can't go make it a day trip. So, how sad am I to have to pass through Nashville to go to Atlanta?
There you go.
I'll add a day just to stop and hang out and check out guitars for, so I'm good with that.
There you go.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah, I'll have to see. Yeah, that's one of those things where I don't know whether like when tickets go on sale, do I just bite the bullet and say like, honey, I'm going on for 3 days beginning of June. I'm going to sell a couple of knives to pay for it so she can't be mad. And then I'll just make it happen. But then I have that fear of like, if they cancel Blade Show, then that sucks if I've already like booked a flight while they're real cheap right now to lock it in and like figured all this stuff out.
Well, pay the $25 for the flight insurance so you can rebook. And then Blade will give you your money back for the tickets. So that's not the end of the world. There's no cost to you to not go. But
True.
I don't know. For my 2 cents, you're going to have a lot of content to talk about if you go. For the next 3 months, it'll inform your podcasts and your shows about all the things that you saw and the brands that you saw, and being able to talk to the builders is incredible.
Yeah.
It really is amazing. It totally changed everything I thought I knew about knives, just walking the floor, And another reason the other reason I talked earlier about numbers, like the $1,800 to $1,600 range.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm really good in that zone is I was able to see a ton of builders that were building between $1,000 to $5,000 or $1,000 to $8,000.
Mm-hmm.
And walk the show and you'd see a $4,500 knife and you'd look at it and go, well, the blade steel is not any good at all. And the handle looks heavy and clunky, and it has probably 40 hours of scrimshaw work on it. And the guy that's selling it couldn't care less whether he sells it or not because he's been doing this too long. Grumpy. Like, I don't want anything to do with that knife. And then you go down the way and you meet Alan Elishewitz and you check out his lock mechanisms that no one's ever done before. He has this thing called a tetra lock.
It's like the V-shaped button lock, right?
No, it's a 5-sided polygon shaped like the state of Oklahoma. And you push it in and it unlocks the knife and the knife opens and closes.
Yeah. I played with one of those at CCKS like 2 years ago.
Yeah. And you check out the style that he puts into a knife, the materials that he chooses, the colors of the materials, his blade stuff, his blade treatments that he does. And then you pick one up and you hold it and you're like, holy cow, I've never held a knife that feels this good in my hand. And then you look at the price tag and you're like, that's all?
Right.
How is it so cheap? And then one thing I love about Alan is he doesn't do CNC anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's still milling it somehow. He literally hand mills this stuff. He's got
If you watch his Instagram, he'll put on his stories like him sitting there turning stuff by hand.
The dude's got a crank. He's cranking it. All right, bored out of his mind. He's dreaming about stabbing people as he's cranking his crank, and he's making knives the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out the price of them, and you're like, I don't know anybody that builds a more handsome looking knife for less money. It's not possible.
Right.
So I would not have had appreciation for the context of this knife until I walked the show and I saw that dude with this $7,500 scrimshod. I think his knife was made out of, what's the steel? Is it O2?
O1 tool steel?
O1. Yeah, a guy used O1 steel. And I know he picked it because it's easy to machine.
Right.
For him, it's easier to build. It would be not unlike working on a wood project out of pine because pine's easy to cut in sand.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily the prettiest one.
Yeah, that's one thing I was talking about in my Sebenza or my Chris Reeve deep dive that I did with my friend Will.
I thoroughly enjoyed that, by the way.
I'm glad you did.
Listening to this show, I want you to pause it. I want you to go back. I want you to download that show. Was with MB Wild, right?
Yeah.
It's phenomenally good. You
it
guys
was a fun one.
You were I'm going to say it all that you need to say, but you don't say. You were respectful and kind and considerate and thoughtful every step of the way. And if somebody has a problem with that show, then they have a problem with America. No, they just are overthinking it. You were very thoughtful in your analysis of it.
Yeah, only a few people have been upset about it. And it's funny because since posting that podcast, I've also seen an uptick in the old videos that I did of the carry challenge. And just this morning, I got a comment from this guy who's 65 years old and bought his first Sabenza in 95 and swears by him and was telling me I need to be more respectful of Daddy Chris Reeve and like all this stuff. And it's just, I've stopped responding to it because now that I've put out that podcast, there's 3 hours of me explaining where I'm coming from on it. And I feel like I've staked my claim pretty well. And the only people who rebuttal it are constantly saying the same things. And if they listen to the whole podcast, I address those things. And so like my answer is now listen to the podcast. And if there's something new that I haven't already covered, then I'd be happy to have the conversation. But everybody always spews out, but the warranty, but the heat treat, but the, and it's all stuff I talked about. So anyways, what I was going to say from that podcast was we talked about how on a lot of customs, you see the steel levels, the types of steel that are being used decrease in terms of their, like the quality of the steel itself. There's a lot of 154 cm in customs that cost 10 times more than the 10V Scorpion PM2 does. And
yeah, I thought that was a really insightful point you guys made.
It's a remarkably inferior steel to what you can get in the ranges below it a lot of the time. And I think a lot of it is the ease of working, the ability to finish it. It's like how Spyderco will put their the mirrored stonewash finish on S90V, whereas like, what's his name? The Resenti won't even do that on his customs because it's too much of a bummer to deal with. He doesn't want to do that finish on S90V because it's not worth his time. And I think it's insightful that like those custom knives are playing a totally different game. If you're getting 01 steel on a knife that costs $2,000, to me that seems a little suspect. But a lot of people buy them for their artistic expression and not planning to ever cut anything with them. So it is what it is.
By the way, I'm noticing that when I sit too close to the camera, my head is massive. I'm trying to sit back more so our heads are the same size.
I'll do it too if you want.
That's better. Yeah. I was listening to the Joe Rogan Experience the other day. He had Elon Musk back for his second show.
I keep meaning to start that one. It's on my list.
It's so much better than the first one because now they're friends, and Elon had his guard down a little bit, so he was more friendly and his answers were better. That first show was hard, but in the second one, I noticed that as he was talking about his cars nonstop, Joe kept asking, "What's the range? What's the range? What's the range going to be? How much more is the range? What's the next range going to be?" And it made me realize that Joe is kind of caught in this arms race of how much range can you put into a car, and the way that Musk was answering the question was weird. He was like, it's like they weren't talking the same language, or they were just kind of going by each other like this a little bit. And what I realized after multiple times was Joe has bought into this marketing concept that you have to have extended range all the time. And that's how we measure the quality of the electric car. And a lot of the reviews that you read about cars, that's what they talk about nonstop is the range. And then from Musk's point of view, he's like, how much do you drive a day? Honestly, how much do you drive a day? Are you driving 400 miles a day? Do you honestly need a range more than X? And are you willing to trade your entire trunk to have 600? Are you willing to trade your back seat to have 800? Because that's what it will take for me to give you what you want. But ultimately, you can't make these infinite trade-offs. You need to choose one way or the other. And I think to a certain extent, the steel situation has become that for the knife community. You have people like that, these builders we're talking about that are using the 01 steel. The guy that was selling that knife knows for a fact that whoever buys it isn't going to cut anything but an envelope. They just it's going to get wiped with a chamois. The dude's going to be wearing black nitrile gloves as he handles it and he puts it in his safe. It will never be used for anything, and he knows that when he builds it. So for his customer base, the type of steel is just neither here nor there. Because I was born in the Spyderco world, I don't know.
It matters.
Yeah, to me, it's like, man, I just gave you $1,500 for this knife. And I know that you probably could have been able to build in a better steel because you could certainly afford it with the amount of money I spent on the knife. Why are you giving me, a 30-year obsolete steel?
Yeah. Well,
So
for you and I, that's part of the value equation because,
yeah,
like
I'm
you
of two
said,
minds on it.
having kind of come up through the hobby like via Spyderco, which I've haven't been exclusive to Spyderco at any point. In fact, I had a number of knives I would consider very nice before I got my first Spyderco. I won my first Para3 from Smoky Mountain Knife Works in one of their little Instagram giveaways. And it was great. It was like, oh man, I need to be trying Spyderco. But you and I have been shown from Spyderco that it's possible to add a wildly better steel for not that much more money. And the value equation is also tainted by, we know that on the secondary, those better steels go for more money. They hold more value. And so our brains tell us, and it's constantly confirmed by Spyderco, that better steel is possible and that it's worth more. And I don't think that logic is very flawed. I think it's less flawed than I can give you whatever steel because you probably won't cut with this. Like that to me is, if you're building a knife, whether it's going to be cut with or not, it's like buying a Ferrari with a naturally aspirated 4-cylinder in it because, oh, this is just for your collection. You're not really going to drive this car. It's like, but I'm still buying a Ferrari. It's meant to drive. Whether I actually drive it or not is up to me, but it should be able to go really, really fast. And so, like, if I'm buying the equivalent in knives of a Ferrari or a supercar of any kind, it should be capable of going farther than I may or may not take it, you know?
I think part of it is, like, if you left Spyderco to their own devices and they did not have an exclusive program where dealers can order proprietary things that are theirs,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have that, they would probably be totally content using VG10 and S30V and Spy 27, and that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
To them, those steels are functional, they're practical, they're easy to sharpen, they take a good edge, they're reliable, right? Their warranty claims are relatively low. The steel is attainable. To them, from a manufacturing standpoint, those steels are totally sensible,
Mm-hmm.
right? The fact that you can get K390 or 10V on a knife, part of that is just driven by the fact that the dealers want something exclusive. The other part of it is I think Sal and Eric really enjoy the metallurgy part, and they enjoy trying these new steels. So historically, they've been among the first to pioneer some of these things. Maximate comes to mind.
Yeah.
I don't know a more single-purpose steel right now at Spyderco than Maximate. This steel is good for one thing. It's good for cutting in a straight line, and it will do it very, very well. But it will not cut staples. You should not pry with it. You do not want to pick or flick anything with it. Is it an everyman steel? It certainly isn't. But I do like the fact that some of their products are very purpose-driven, and they're better at that than a lot of their peers. So Spidey Chef comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
That knife is phenomenal for what it is. You can literally put it in the dishwasher.
Yep.
And it's a steel that will not rust. And you can go crazy in your kitchen. It's a better pocket. It's a better steel than half the pocket knives in the world, and it's a better steel than all your kitchen knives.
Yep.
And it's their 30th best in terms of edge retention. You know what I mean?
It's interesting too when you compare them against their direct competitors, right? Because in my mind, the direct competitors for Spyderco, and tell me if you think any differently, would be Benchmade and Zero Tolerance. Those are the other U.S. made players, at least for the Golden Colorado knives and maybe the Taichung ones. And those are kind of the Spydercos that I mess with, anyways. But like, those are the competitors. And if you look at ZT, you see a lot of 20CV. Used to see a lot of S35VN, more so now it's just like 20CV. And then maybe there's some M390 on a Sprint, which is 20CV. And then like that's kind of the realm they're playing in, which is great. I love those steels. I don't have complaints about those steels, especially if they're treated right. Right. And then Benchmade, you see they kind of have more of a range like Spyderco does, but it's much spottier. It's not like a full range. They've got like S30V, and then there's M4, and then there's S90V.
Well,
And
that's fairly new for them too. When I got into this, they really only had 5 steels.
right. And so, yeah, it's just interesting to me that like they each of those companies seem to play a really different game from one another in the way they look at making knives, marketing knives, selling knives. Like Benchmade and ZT are very different companies. Benchmade and Spyderco are very different companies, and ZT
Right.
and Spyderco as well. Like none of them are really doing the same thing. But it makes me way more interested in the Spydercos because I do get nerdy about steels a little bit. I don't like retain that information like some people do, and I can't tell you the compositions of steels and how much chromium it has. Like that's not as important to my brain, but it does something for me when I've got my Spyderco Paramilitary 2 in 10V on me, and I know based on other people's testing and based on my experience with it so far, this steel is way more capable than even the M4, which is coming from Benchmade. And Benchmade will not make me something that competes with the 10V. They just won't. They won't play that game. And neither will ZT. And like even other US companies, you could look at maybe ProTech. ProTech won't do that. Like Spyderco is the one who's playing that game.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I enjoy the idea that there's 42 versions of this knife. Last I checked, I think it's somewhere around 42.
Mm-hmm.
They're all more or less the same structurally, but the blade steel can vary. And I really, really like the fact that when the next blade steel comes out from the PM2, I am going to buy it and I'm going to try it. I'm going to try sharpening it. I'm going to play with it. I'm going to see if it patinas. I'm really interested to just kind of get to know it because on the average, despite the volume of knives that they make, Spyderco is very good about paying attention to the heat treatment. They're obviously excellent about building a knife that actually functions like a knife. There are many knives in the market that don't function like a knife. They're knife shaped, but they don't cut, or they don't cut deeply. And, I think about a hollow grind blade, like on a grip. Griptilian is a beautiful knife, but I don't know about you, but when I cut cardboard, I'm generally using the middle of the blade and I'm cutting in this direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And often it's going to get up against the choil, but I'm cutting through the material in this direction. The last thing in the world you want is a hollow ground blade that's nice and thick, because when you stab into the cardboard and you start cutting through it, it's really, really difficult to get the knife to come out the other end.
Yep.
And or cutting an apple. To me, cutting an apple is just such a simple and elegant way to measure the value of a knife. And if your knife won't cut an apple properly, who designed it? What was its purpose? You have to start wondering those things. So
yeah, it's pretty easy to take a knife that does not have overall good blade geometry and put a really sharp edge on it, so that if you're cutting simple things like tape on a package, you're only using the edge. You're not using the blade, right? If you're using the full kind of height of the blade, talking to Wes from the Pocket Perspective about this a couple of times, he really dislikes hollow grinds the majority of the time. And it makes sense to me. Like, I think hollow grinds can look really gorgeous, and I think in certain applications they can function really well. But one of my critiques of them oftentimes are like, if you put a short hollow grind on something, it's generally pretty bad at cutting because it gets wide too fast. Whereas if you have a tall one that's like covering a good amount of blade and gets down really thin at the edge and takes a while to get thick, then that will glide through and separate material better. But even better than that is a fully flat ground blade that's just as thin behind the edge, like the Steingraber Performance Knives Shark. Like that thing is a laser beam at anything I've ever cut with it, because the overall profile is designed to cut. It's none of it's for aesthetics. No choice on that knife was made for it to look cooler or like, like it's a tool in the sense that it is designed to separate material, and it's amazing at it.
So for a knife like the Koenig, it's a high hollow grind.
Mm-hmm.
The thickness behind the edge is very, very thin. And it's built more or less like an I-beam in that it's thin here, but it's really thick here.
Mm-hmm.
The purpose is to give rigidity and strength down the length of the blade, and then this is your cutting edge. It's fine, but if we go back to my example of cutting cardboard, I'm still having to pass through the thickest part of the blade with the material, and it creates a lot of friction. So the behind the edge measurement almost doesn't matter. I'm up against the thickness of the blade.
Right.
So the strength of this knife in terms of cutting is this direction, as long as the material isn't thicker than the height of the grind.
Right.
Cutting in this direction, you're really in good shape. So kind of, again, it comes purpose driven, right? What's your purpose with the knife? What are you cutting? How are you cutting it? Those things I tend to think about after I buy it. And I'm getting better about thinking about it before I buy it, so that I'm more mindful and I'm not making bad decisions with my money.
Yeah. To be fair, there are also plenty of knives that I own and love and carry that have like not the best blade grind for cutting everything. And I still love them nonetheless. Like
that's fair too, right?
Like
there are plenty of things in the world that need to be cut that aren't necessarily good with a full flat grind.
So the 80/20 is a great example of a knife that is a thick blade stock. It's a flat grind, but it's not a very tall flat grind. It's not particularly thin behind the edge, and it gets thicker real quick. It's not a gradual gain in thickness. It's pretty steep, right? But this knife makes me happy to play with. The things that I find myself cutting with it, got a thread stuck on here, in terms of like EDC cutting tasks, processing cardboard and stuff, I have to work harder at it to get through the cardboard than I do with other knives. But when this knife is on me and I'm out in the woods and I have to chop through something with a folder, not that I have to, if I elect to chop through something with a folder because it'll be fun, this knife is immensely enjoyable. And it's it's designed to be overly robust for no real reason, in my opinion, other than having a robust knife sometimes feels extra awesome. And so they make it robust. But like I would be willing to bet if I had this knife reground with a properly tall flat grind that went all the way to the top spine of the blade and brought the overall thickness down through that whole profile, this would be way more enjoyable to actually carry and cut with for those everyday tasks. But would it have the same thud when I open it? The same thud when it clambers down and closes? No, it would be a lighter blade and it would feel different.
There's a member in the group that you should talk to. He'd be a very good show. His name is Micah Sontag. Micah lives, I believe, in the Cleveland area. And he is a young kid, super bright, super bright about knives. He has a lot of experience regrinding, and he's very good about optimizing the behind the edge part. So even a full flat ground PM2, he can improve it by regrinding it, making it thinner.
Oh, for sure.
He can do it in such a way that he's not super compromising on the strength of the knife, but he's optimizing it, and he's thoughtful enough that he does it based on the steel. So I've had a few conversations with him to know that he's a genius at this point. And I believe, last we spoke, his intentions were ultimately to become a knife maker. And this had gone from, being a sharpening expert to being a regrind expert. Now he's building this wealth of knowledge, And I know that anytime anybody has a question in the group and he answers it, that's pretty much the gospel, right? If Mike answers the question, we all just kind of go, yeah, whatever Mike.
It seems like a natural progression too. I've seen Micah around. I don't think I've talked to him, but I'll have to now.
He's a nice guy. He's a great guy.
But yeah, I feel like a lot of those guys who end up becoming knife makers kind of start that way, where like Tom Crine regrinds are pretty famous for being really good regrinds. And then Alex Steingraber, who now he's making his own knives. He was doing a lot of regrinds for a while. John over at BGM Knives. He did a lot of regrinds for a long time. I think he's slowed down on it just because he's making so many of his own knives now. But it takes a steadier hand and more equipment than I have. So I think it's awesome when guys are good at that. And I feel like I've seen either some of yours or some of Tom's that have been reground by Micah, if I'm not crazy.
I've not done one.
Oh, have you not?
No. No real reason. I probably should. Yeah, it'd be fun. I know last time I pinged Alex, he was saying no because he's too busy. Yeah. So I'm happy to hear that.
The batches of knives that he's coming out with right now, he's making a lot of them. It's like 75 knives at a time.
Yeah.
He's working with multiple steels at once now. And
yeah, he's busy, man. So I hope it's worth his while and fruitful.
Yeah.
He
I
does
think
great products.
He's a cool dude too. If you watch like his lives on Instagram and just like you're basically hanging out in his shop with him and he's telling everybody every step of his process. None of it is that's I think what I like most about him is he flies in the face of so much of the mentality that I think is rampant in the knife community, that some brands have a magic heat treat or that they do something mystical in creating their knives, because it's like a recipe for baking, and
There's
it
no
either
such thing as a magic heat treat. The whole philosophy behind that is sales pitch and garbage. You can't magically make S35VN better because it's done in a certain process.
you
Now,
can make it better than M390 that's poorly heat treated. Like if you botch the heat treat on a good steel, it will be less good than an excellent heat treat on a mediocre steel, sure. And people always like, well, if the way that they heat treat it at Chris Reeve, they get more out of their S35VN than some people do out of M390. It's
I
like, well,
think
not everybody.
yeah, and I think people conflate it with like a cookie. My grandmother makes the best molasses cookie I've ever eaten, right?
Right.
And you will never serve me a molasses cookie that I like better than the one my grandmother made. And I have the recipe, and now my dad and my mom and my wife and I all make that cookie. We all enjoy making the cookie. I happen to know that I'm the best at making my grandmother's cookie. Thank you.
Mhm.
But the cookie's better because of the ingredients in it. It's the ingredient. It's the way, the ratio of the ingredients in it, right? Now, when it comes to steel heat treat, that's not a variable. The
Right.
the variable, that's not true. What they're doing is they're baking the steel. And are you following the recipe or are you not? Are you baking it for the proper amount of time at the proper number? And then are you quenching it the proper way? That's the question. And what Alex has proven is that if you pay attention to the little details, you can dial it in and get it exactly where you want it to be. Exactly.
Yep.
And
And he does it. His target range is very narrow,
yeah,
and he's right in it, and he tests it multiple times to verify. And it's like there's no guesswork in it.
yeah. Did you see that whole batch of 4Vs he did? He even took the time to divide them out. I think the ratio on the hardness on the Rockwell was, I don't know. I think they varied like 1.8. But he's like, these are within this tolerance, and these are within this tolerance, and these are within that tolerance.
Mhm.
And he was so dialed in on that. He even found a way to subdivide them again. But yeah, ultimately it's like, are you following the recipe or are you not? And what the Rex 121 I was asking him about it. I said, what'd you do? What'd you learn? He goes, I just did the factory heat treat, the one that the manufacturer recommended. And people, I've seen all sorts of people in the group that will poo-poo that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
There's a guy on Instagram, I'm not going to say his name, that spent a long time trying to convince everybody that S90V has better edge retention than 110V. And he kept showing the material data sheet from Crucible, and
Mhm.
people would never read it. They wouldn't even bother to read it. They would just call it crap. Well, that's just sales crap. Like, no, that's a technical document. Do you
Right.
understand what would happen if NASA bought a bunch of steel based on the technical document and then the satellite fell from the sky? They would sue Crucible, and Crucible would be out of business. That is
Yep.
exactly the technical data that you need on the steel. You know, so if it says that it's better at edge retention, then it is.
Yeah.
Just it.
It makes sense to me.
And people have proven it now, right? They've gone out and they've proven it. It's better. So ultimately he was right, but the material data sheet will tell you how to heat treat it usually. The question is how good is your oven? How well do you know the quirks in your oven? And how well can you make it do what it says on the paper?
Right. Yeah.
That's what
And
Alex is doing. He's learned the quirks of his oven.
right. I think you're right. A lot of it is to have a talking point. And there are companies that I'm fond of that do it as well, where like Spartan, when they use S35VN, now they're on S45, but one of their talking points was that they use double deep cryo. And I like the guys over there. They're cool guys. But the fact that you do the whole shebang on treating that steel, you do all the stuff that is recommended by the people who make it, and you figured out your best way to treat it, you're still only going to get all that S35VN is capable of giving.
Right.
And if you get everything into S45VN that you're capable of getting, you're still only getting everything. Like there's still a limit dictated by the recipe, not by how long it's in the oven, you know?
I just thought of an analogy. You know, if you own, let's say you own a Honda Civic, if your tires are flat and you put air in it, you didn't make your car faster. You just fixed an impediment to the car.
Right.
Right. If the engine oil's old and thick and it's not cycling through the engine properly and the engine's getting too hot, that will slow you down. And putting the proper oil in it doesn't make it faster. You're just removing an impediment. And that's what heat treat is. It's like how little will you screw it up?
Right. Yeah. Can you get the most out of it, or can you not? And then there's also like, and sometimes people want to heat treat for different ranges based on what they see the knife being used for. And one of the ones I find that's really funny is oftentimes people will say, well, they used 4V, but they purposely ran it soft for toughness. And that always makes me laugh, because that's what 3V is. 3V is the tough steel.
Right.
There's a tougher one and there's a more edge retention focused one. Otherwise, neither of them are corrosion resistant. Like the idea that you're going to run 4V soft, so it's more like 3V, makes me sound like you should just use 3V. And I like both steels, but like, do the steel for the way it should be done. And that's one thing I think Alex nails, is like he looks at the steels and he picks exciting ones that people are going to like and that he's excited to work with. And then he figures out exactly how to get the most out of them, and he nails it. And he proves that he nails it, and he shows everyone how he nails it. And then it's like, I just like, there's no smoke and mirrors.
It's like when my wife buys ground turkey and puts it in chili. She's like, it tastes like beef. I'm like, no, it doesn't taste like beef. You could have just bought beef. It's the same shape.
Right.
You know, choose different. You know, what'd you do? You're buying turkey and you're pretending it's beef when you could have just bought beef.
Making a substitution.
It's an unnecessary substitution.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a quick story. There's a guitar company that in the 70s invented a type of acoustic guitar that is made. It's made out of the bowl of the back of the guitar is made out of a composite material. The top is made out of wood. And when the guitars were released on the market, everybody noticed that they're actually hard to hold because it's rounded on the back like a gourd. It's not square or flat. And people held them and they tried to play them, and they were hard to sit with on your lap, and they're definitely hard to play standing up, because if you're built like me and you got a belly and you got a guitar that's round, it's two round things. It's like trying to stack spoons upside down.
Yeah.
It's kind of dumb, right? Then you listen to the guitar. It doesn't sound particularly good. It doesn't sound like a wood guitar. Can you probably guess why? It's not made of wood. Well, then the salespeople got a hold of it, and the salespeople put out, like, there's bullshit, and then there's Ovation guitar bullshit. It's the next level up. So part of the sales pitch was, well, listen, this material is specifically designed not to resonate. They actually use it on the tips of helicopter blades. And the purpose is to minimize the thump, 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 thump as the helicopter flies, because, you know, you don't always want a loud helicopter. So we use it on the guitar so that it doesn't resonate. When you think about it for a minute, you're like, isn't a guitar a resonator?
It's what it is.
Of it to vibrate? You're telling me you use the material that doesn't vibrate? And then they'll tell you, well, it's actually a catenary curve on the back of the guitar, and it's designed to focus the sound back out. Like, why isn't it louder? Why is it so dull sounding? It sounds like a real guitar with wet socks stuffed in it. So it sounds like.
Yeah.
Then the magic of owning one of these guitars really comes to light after a winter in Indiana, because as things dry, the wood shrinks. Well, guess what doesn't shrink with humidity changes? The plastic on the back of the guitar does not. So what happens is the top will rip off of the bowl and explode in glorious fashion, much higher level than other guitars do. So here's the punchline to the whole story. The company that owns this guitar company is actually an aircraft and aerospace technology company called Kaman. Kaman makes helicopter blades. They make missile parts. They make radar installment crap. They make satellite components. They had this material, and they were like, well, what else could we use this material for? And somebody was like, I don't know. How about a guitar? Yeah, I play guitar. Sure, make one. They literally work backwards from that to invent this guitar and then cast this giant, glorious pile of garbage. And you can go to any guitar center in the United States and you can find one of these guitars. And when you play it, you will be as underwhelmed as I promise you are now. It just sounds bad. But then you look at like the famous musicians that have played it on stage and you go, well, it can't be that bad. I mean, Glenn Campbell played one. But in reality, it's crap.
Yeah.
And it's just all from sales garbage. And that's how we get conned into believing soft 4V is advantageous for you. It's not.
Right. Yeah. I mean, is it better than hard 440C? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it's the right choice.
Right.
And that's one of the things that you said in your video about Chris Reeve knives. You had the Nkosi.
Oh, it's over that part. Yeah, your video made me buy one.
Yeah, so which is, I would normally feel bad if it went the way it did, that my video inspired you to buy one and then you didn't like it. But it was my negative video that inspired you to buy one. So you knew, buyer beware.
Yeah, I wanted to learn what you had told me. I wanted to experience it, and I did.
So one of the things that you talked about in that video was spinning a flaw into a feature, and how that's a very common thing that happens in the sale of pretty much any product, where, like that guitar company, we want to use this material and it's demonstrably not as good. But instead of admitting that it's not as good, we're going to talk about how it's really cool because it's used on helicopters, and guitars that are made from helicopter parts are better. Not provably, but they're cooler, right? Because you're playing a helicopter, you're not playing a guitar. Like, they're going to spin it until it sounds like something you want to buy.
There was another level to the crap on that too, because the guitars all had pickups in them. The idea is that you could plug it into the PA system and the sound of an acoustic guitar would come through the speakers. And the argument was, well, it doesn't matter how it sounds acoustically. It only matters how it sounds through the pickup. And I'm like, yeah, but still, there will be times where I play this where I'm not plugged into an arena. I'd kind of like it to sound good in my living room. And right now it sounds like it's full of wet socks. Why must I suffer a wet sock sounding guitar for the same, by the way, for the same or more money than a real wood guitar?
Right.
So yeah, Chris Reeve is guilty of lots of that. They have a thumb stud that sucks, that hurts your thumb, yet they won't change it. And you're told that you're dumb for thinking it hurts your thumb.
Right. That you're a pansy because your thumb hurts.
They use a high friction, high viscosity lube on their pivot.
It's grease.
It is lithium grease. And the nice thing about lithium grease is you can't remove it with soap. The bad thing about lithium grease is that it's thicker than even axle grease on your car. So that means it's high friction. It's high drag, low speed. Then they use a washer the size of the Millennium Falcon, shaped like a Millennium Falcon. Did you find that? Did you ever open one?
I didn't disassemble the one that I had borrowed, but I've seen them disassembled.
The washer isn't round; it's Millennium Falcon shaped, and just like
Windows cutting
secret components in it for like storing stuff for smuggling, the washer has built-in places to hold extra grease. Yeah. You're welcome. Why they did that, I don't know. That's easy to do. That's easy to adjust, or to back up and say, hold on, what are we doing here? I think the idea is they want the surface area to make the pivot area tougher. That might be the purpose of that. But
like surface area for a more solid lockup.
What's that?
Like more surface area, because then you have a more less blade play, like a more solid lockup.
I think the idea is that if there's a lot of surface area in the pivot, then any sort of torsion on the blade is going to have less impact on loosening the pivot. Maybe that's why.
It makes sense, I guess. But why cut windows in it and put grease in there? How about multi-row bearings? Because
I don't know. There's not a lot of products in my life that were invented 25 years ago that haven't changed at all, that are just as important to me as they were 25 years ago. It's not a lot. I would argue that generally things get better the more you learn and the more you try.
I don't know, man. When I play a Nintendo 64, I'm pretty sure that it is actually a better entertainment system than the PlayStation 5, because it still works. So all my evidence is that it is still working, and I can give it to my kid.
True, the pixels are lower, and the graphics are not authentic looking, but you don't need that.
Right.
Yeah.
And the PS5 hasn't been around long enough to have any evidence that it will last a lifetime. So if my Nintendo 64 still turns on, then it's better than the brand new PS5 because it still turns on. And that's all I require of my electronics.
I guess to me, I think MB Wild put it well. He was talking about the gaslighting that seems to come along. I'm paraphrasing, but the gaslighting that seems to come with the culture of owning the knives, that you embrace the fact that the thumb stud hurts your thumb. You embrace the fact that the knife opens slowly. You embrace the fact that there's a traditionalism to the steel that's chosen. And then, you know, the price is part like I've watched the videos where Chris walks around the shop.
I watched them all after doing that.
Spends a lot of time talking about how flat his titanium is. And maybe there was a time where he was the only person making flat titanium.
Not anymore.
But I would argue that that's not the case anymore. So a lot of what he pointed out as being integral to the design of the knife, I would argue, is no longer a competitive advantage. So as your stuff becomes ordinary and it's no longer extraordinary, you have the option of innovating with a CQI process like Spyderco does. And that's not to say they have all the answers. They don't. But you can continue to get better and learn, or you can put your feet up and say, this is as far as we've gone. And if I don't even know that there's anything wrong with that. You know, there's plenty of knife companies that make the same thing they always have. You know, Swiss Army will continue to make Swiss Army knives, and GEC will continue to make grandpa knives. Case will continue to make knives for case people, not knife people. But those are legacy products, and I don't think CRK wants to be known as a legacy product company, but that seems to be what they're good at.
Yeah, that's where I came out of that podcast. Like, that's where I arrived. Is my gripe with them is in no way the knives that they make. I think it's fine that they make those knives. I think it's even fine if they continue charging exactly what they charge for them. But not just the company's messaging, but the followers, I don't know if you want to call it messaging or just what they keep saying about these knives, is that they're cutting edge, that they're the best you can buy, that they're at the front of the pack in terms of performance. And none of that, I believe, is true. I think they're antiquated. I think they should be seen as a vestige of the past, of what the best knife you could buy in 2005 was. That's what Chris Reeve continues to be. They want to stake out their claim of that era of knives, and they want to keep making them in perpetuity. And they're collectible, and they're cool, and they're vintage in some way. Maybe it's not old enough yet to be considered vintage or classic, but like, they want to keep making the same thing, and that's fine. You can even keep charging the same amount for it. If people want to pay it, charge that price.
Right, exactly.
But charging people that price and having what I perceive as like kind of a marketing effort in the way they talk about their products as being cutting edge, as pushing the envelope. And even I watched some of their, like I said, after that podcast with MB Wild, I felt a little bad that I hadn't seen those videos of Chris Reeve talking, or now the newer ones with Tim and Ann Reeve talking and giving shop tours and all this stuff. And what I found when I watched the videos of Chris Reeve talking was none of what he was saying, based on the time I'm in right now, was groundbreaking or revolutionary. It was all like, okay, when you were making these knives, when you created these advancements, they were advancements. Now everyone has not only caught up, but surpassed them. So then I watched the videos of Tim and Ann Reeve talking about Chris Reeve knives and their vision for them and all this stuff. And it seemed really strange. Like, neither of them had the passion that Chris did. Tim keeps talking about his dad and calling him Chris, not calling him dad. Like, in every interview I could find of Tim Reeve, it just seemed weirdly.
That's interesting.
I don't want to judge their relationship. Like, I really, it's not even about making it personal, but like Chris, everyone talks about him like he had this passion for the knives and he pioneered it, and he's gone. He's not there. And in the videos of Tim and Ann Reeve, they still talk about and say things like, we're constantly learning things and constantly making advancements. In one of the videos, he says, every month we learn something new that we can apply. I have seen nothing new come from them for a very long time. And it just feels disingenuous to me to have them in their interviews and the podcasts that they're on and all these things talking about being a company that's advancing when they refuse to advance. Just change your messaging and then it's fine. Like I'm not even mad at people who come to the conclusion for themselves that they love their knives and want to own them. Great, have them, like enjoy them. People pick knives that cost more and that I think are way worse all the time. Like I didn't hate the Sabenza. There's very few knives that I've handled that I really disliked, like the Medford 187 DP, which I think is an abomination. But like, if you decide you like it, buy it. Great. But stop trying to tell me that it's the best and that it's competitive with a Koenig Arius. Like, I don't see it, you know? And when I listen to them talk about it, trying to hear what they're actually saying and not trying to go into it with like, let's figure out why they're wrong. It just feels weird to me. And I don't see the dots connecting, you know?
I think that, I think Nick has it best. Nick Shabazz. He's at the point now on the topic where he will just say, Chris Reeve is a thing. I acknowledge it's a thing. And that's as much as I want to say about it. Yeah. And that's kind of where he leaves it, because he's learned the hard way that you're not going to change any minds. You're not going to win anyone over. There's no argument that's compelling enough to overcome the minds that are already made up. Right. So,
and he owns a few of them. I
think for me, I bought one. I tried it. It was very good in some ways. It was very bad in many others. And ultimately, I think if I was deep in the woods and I was stuck somewhere in the wild, I would probably want one. But for everything else in the world that I do, it wasn't a knife that interested me enough to keep it. So, and not for nothing, didn't hold its value very well. You know, right. I bought a gently used knife and I ended up selling it for like a $75 loss. Oof. It was a big loss because no one wanted it. And I was sure that I would do okay on it, and I didn't.
Do you think part of it's that it was a lefty one, or do you think in general that's just kind of the market on them?
It was definitely a tactical error going with the lefty. I should have just bought a right-handed one, because then it would have been a lot easier to sell and I would have been fine on that point. But to me, it made sense to buy the left. For those of you who don't know, I'm left-handed. Mm-hmm. And that is a big impediment in many ways on many different kinds of knives. So
well, I think you gave it the fairest shot possible by buying the one that's correct-handed for you.
Right.
I just wonder if for the value afterwards, if it would have been less of a loss if you had the right-handed one, just because there's more.
You think about my target market was 9% of the population, and of the 9%, how many of them needed an Incosi left-handed that I just bagged on in a review?
Right. Well, Chris Reeve.
I sat on it until I sold it, I think.
Yeah. CRK does make a lot more right-handed knives, though, so it could also be possible that it's harder to find a used lefty one. So maybe people are, if they are looking for one, and then when they see one pop up, they jump. I don't know. I haven't studied that market.
To give them credit, the knife is very well made. There is no flaw in the way they're built. You can agree or disagree with the design elements, but they're very well made. The blade was very sturdy and very capable, and it blended between workhorse and precision. So that was nice. The pocket clip was way overdone and way too heavy. It actually had like a double grab pocket clip that would never fall out of anyone's pants. So one way to look at it is it's actually difficult to use, because you're going to be, if it's in and out of your pocket all day, you're going to kill yourself.
You're wrestling.
It won't fall out. What else? The packaging was incredible. The box and the presentation and the little the hanky that gets wrapped around it, and the thank you card and the provenance papers and the sticker and the extra grease and the tool you need to take the knife apart. All of that stuff in there was really crazy. That they included all of that in a beautiful box. That to me, that's worth something. like the impact of the enjoyment of the item. To me, that's part of it. With Koenig does these really nice boxes that are really pretty, and you want to take care of them. You don't want to just throw them on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think those things matter a little bit. There's a thoughtfulness that reflects in that, certainly more than these terrible things. These are just fragile. So
when is the last time that Spyderco updated their boxes, or have they ever?
Probably 10 years. They've done many boxes through the years, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, I haven't owned any that have been previous to this style box. And I mean, it holds the knife.
Yeah, I recognize the fact that we're buying knives, not boxes, but at the same time, I don't know, little style's okay.
I feel like that's one of those things where I'm always like ping-ponging back and forth between, because some makers, I'm struggling to think of one now, but like, especially like smaller custom makers, consider Alex Steingraber. I don't remember if his knife, when I unboxed it, came in a box or if it was just in a baggie inside of an envelope. Yeah. So like for that, I feel like I'd rather have him send me no box and the knife just be what it's going to be than send me like a pretty crappy, like equivalent to Spyderco box. Because then if everyone knows like these knives don't come with boxes, I don't have to worry about storing the box somewhere in case I ever resell this or anything. And it's like every dollar went into his work and the knife, the materials and his work. That's what it is. Not paying for frills of packaging. But then on the other side, I do genuinely appreciate it. Like when I opened this Wertz made fixed blade, the boxes, the packaging in general that he uses, Randy Wertz is just a maker, just one guy in his shop part-time after his full-time job making knives. And his packaging was some of the best I've ever seen, like really, really good. And like inside of the box, the knife is in like burlap kind of pouch that's also branded, and the foam is cut with lasers, so it's branded, and it's like this whole thing. And like I love that. Or Vero's knives come in really cool pouches that have patches on them, and like those pouches probably don't cost him that much, but it does make a difference when you're first getting the knife, because it feels like it's been plated for you in a fancy way, you know? So it's like, I kind of wish makers would either go like, you don't even get a box, or you get a really nice packaging solution, because the ones in the middle are what it's like, toss this. It might as well not be here. But if it's really nice, then it does feel good.
Yeah, the Vero bags are interesting because those patches aren't cheap. It's a big patch. It's multicolor, you know, and then you had to find a bag that would take the patch. And I don't know. I think that it's part of the experience that's not necessarily the cut related, but the experience of those things is neat. Excuse me. I like opening up the Vero and pulling out the card and reading it, you know, knowing that Michelle wrote it herself. And then the I don't know, those little things. I like it. I think it adds to the experience of buying the thing. So to me, it's important. I don't know what kind of monetary value it adds to the product, but it certainly enhances the experience of it.
Yeah, that's the question, is like, if you had the option when buying a Vero for it to be $350 and it just comes in a little cinch baggie and that's it, and you have the card, or you pay an extra $10 and it comes with the pouch and the patch and all the frills, I'd probably pay that $10 to me, because when I'm spending that much already anyways, like, and it's a product I'm really excited for. Like,
and from a collectability standpoint, you have to wonder if you're going to need those things in order to make it enticing to the next person.
Yeah. And it's just like, to me, that's worth the couple of bucks, right? And so as long as it actually is just adding that amount and they've just decided for everyone it's baked in, then great. But if it's like that knife would have been $325 and now it's $375 because we've put so much attention into your packaging, then it's like, ooh, that's I don't know if I wanted to buy a $50 box. I kind of want to just buy a knife right now.
Yeah. You know, we're 3 hours in and we barely mentioned Vero.
True. We should go down that pathway a little bit.
I'm surprised it hasn't come up more.
So you loaned me your Impulse and Synapse months ago.
Yeah. I came to the line not in the very beginning, but early.
Mm-hmm.
The first Impulse had come out. The first Synapse was getting ready to come out. And then the second Impulse, the Gen 2, was getting ready to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So I managed to get in on both of those. So you could think of that as like his second knife and his third knife.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to get them. And I bought them largely based on the recommendation of a guy that I respect in the community. His name's Bobby Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby had been getting in Tom's ear about those knives, and Bobby had heard about them because of a podcast. So we were looking at them. Tom and I like to shop for knives together. You know, we'll even buy the same knives often just because
Mm-hmm.
we both want to experience the same thing, or it gives us something that we can commiserate on.
Yeah.
So the Synapse, I think, was first, and the Impulse was second. And I remember ordering them, and it wasn't super hard to order, but they did sell out in a day.
Mm-hmm.
And when they came, what really impressed Tom and I so much was the fact that a guy with a dream found a contract manufacturer that was willing to work with him in his design, the way that he wanted it built. And together they were able to make a product and then put it back out in the market. In the world of Chris Reeve, right? In the world of a Koenig, they were able to put out a product that was price competitive with other products of its quality,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, obviously wasn't a budget knife, you know? And the how much of Joseph is in the design was really interesting to me. And then Tom and I had the luxury of talking to him. We had him on the show and we interviewed him, and we were able to really talk to him about how thoughtfully he designed every little thing of the knife.
Mm-hmm.
And he took us through it. And it was actually, I think it was a Zoom call actually. And we invited on a bunch of people.
I watched that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was, in fact, if you go to the Millie PM2 Para3 Club YouTube channel, you can watch that. I broke it into 5 parts because it was a massive interview.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're interested in watching that, please do it. Please remember, in the context of things, it was a long time ago that he recorded that.
Right.
But he was showing us designs for the next knife and the next knife and the next knife. And he was showing us prototypes that he had 3D printed.
That was the first time I saw the isotope, I think, which I now have pre-ordered.
The isotope was definitely demoed. Yeah. And he didn't show the mini knife, but he started laying out the structure of what he wanted his company to look like a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road. And it was just so interesting to hear him talk about these things. And at that point, I owned 2 knives. I think Tom owned 2. And then of course, I sent them to you because I thought these were knives that you ought to check out.
Mm-hmm.
So what did you think of them?
Yeah, so it's interesting looking back on those. I just rewatched one of those videos. I think it was the Impulse, because I literally sitting on the table right over there, I have a mini Impulse that's waiting for me to open. And by the time that this goes live, it'll actually be kosher to talk about. So Joseph and Ben Peterson, Ben Banters from NAFS, and Sam Raven the Pirate, they collaborated on a poster.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if you're familiar with this or if you have one there.
I have one.
Gotcha. Okay. So you and I can talk about this freely right now, but the dam breaks on Wednesday when this will go live anyways. Anyway, so they sent me one of those posters to check out, which was really cool. They made 15 of them and I got to have one of them. And so I did a video unboxing it, and the knife that's blown up in that image is an Impulse Mini. And I'd already been thinking about getting one. Because I've been hearing so many positive remarks about them, and how a lot of people who even prefer bigger knives, like the Impulse should be their favorite on paper. Like the action is just a little more dialed on the Mini, and been hearing all these intriguing things. Plus I just got my Axon, which I'm loving. And so ended up being able to get an Impulse Mini, and it's over there to unbox. But in preparation, I was just kind of rewatching one of my Impulse videos, and I did my typical progression on the Impulse and the Synapse that you sent me. I did the unboxing, I did the first impressions, I did the full review. And that's one of those cases where I sometimes cite why I go through that process, because before you had sent me those knives, I'd been hearing an incredible amount of positivity about Joseph's knives. And I had almost pre-ordered the second batch of the Impulse when he had those up, because I remember they were up for like a whole day. I even was texting with my brother. We were both thinking about it, and it ended up neither of us jumped on it. I think I was trying to get something else at the time. I didn't want to spend the money that I had budgeted for a knife on that. And it was a whole thing. So by the time,
excuse me, is it accurate to say that you had heard a ton of positivity and no negativity, and that sort of made you skeptical?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Okay. So I was hesitant to think that they were as good as they were being reported to be. And so I got them, and they were different than other knives I had handled. Still kind of the same, a lot of similarities, right? They were a bolster lock and a frame lock, which I'm familiar with, and they had M390, and the blade shapes weren't wild or crazy or anything. They carried like a knife. They went in your pocket. Like, they were knives still, right? But the way that the flipper tab works is totally different. Some of the design elements are different, and they just seemed like different, right? And I didn't necessarily see yet that I thought they were better or had any advantages for being different. I thought they were just a little funky.
Right.
And then there was the one feature where, because of the way that the flipper tab is positioned, and because of the way my brain tells me to use a flipper tab, like, it looks like it should be a light switch flipper because it can only pull down. I was pulling straight down into the scales, and there's like this divot right where your finger lands. It's really uncomfortable to land into. And so I was like, I'm not getting it. I'm not really enjoying these knives. I did my first impressions, and they weren't very positive. And then I was talking to you about it, and I think I shared some of this, and you were like, you need to talk to Joseph yourself. Yeah. And so
you already had the podcast with him, and I knew how likable he was, and I knew how passionate he could be about his design. Yeah. I also knew that he would have a compelling reason to talk to you about what it was that was bothering you, and explain how it became and what to do. I knew he'd figure it out.
So you played matchmaker on that, which I appreciate. And it's interesting. So I had the phone call with him. I think we meant to talk for like 20 minutes. We ended up talking for like a whole hour about more than just his knives, but really grew to like the guy. And what was interesting was I was looking at his knives like every other knife, right? Like, it's supposed to function the same because that's what's currently being done. And again, they're not totally different, but there are some differences in the way he does it. So he explained his whole design philosophy and the way that the flipper tab is supposed to work, and walked me through how mechanically I was supposed to be doing it. And I was flipping it like every other flipper I've ever flipped, which is not the way his knives flip. And that's fine. Like, it's exciting that it's different. And so once he explained that, then like the light bulb went off, and was like, oh, these are super fun to flip open, because you just pull your finger down and outwards instead of down and inwards. And it actually works better. The flip is a more satisfying action. And now you're not landing in that spot. I still wasn't crazy about the pocket clips. Still probably my least favorite thing about even the Axon. But I grew to appreciate them a lot more, and I appreciated him after having that conversation. And just like, we talked about just the knives we liked in general, and kind of bonded over what knives we thought were cool, and like some knives I'd handled that I was telling him he needs to try, and vice versa. And it was like just a cool knife guy conversation.
I have a solution for the pocket clip, by the way.
You do what?
I have a solution for the pocket clip.
What's that?
I engineered a spacer.
Oh, I need that.
Yeah, I'm like you. I want a little more clearance on the pocket clip. I understand that he needed to decide, like, if it pokes out too much, it becomes a problem. If it's too close, it's also a problem. And he's walking the line.
Yep.
I would argue that it needs another 0.8 of a millimeter. So I made myself some spacers.
Do you have to use longer screws, or will it still accommodate with the screws?
Screws are fine. They still work.
All right. So put me on your list.
A couple of those for myself, because I need to fix it.
Yeah. So yeah, anyways, the reason why those videos were kind of important to me was because I had created this setup for myself of that process of boxing, first impressions, full review. And a lot of the time, the first impressions ends up being very similar to the full review, because at this point, I've gotten pretty good at looking at knives and feeling them out. And like, sometimes things will surprise me, but a lot of time they won't. Like
Yeah.
after spending a day with a knife, a lot of the times I've figured it out. But that was one of those where I hadn't figured it out. I was looking at it wrong. And then luckily I got to talk to the maker, which I try to do now and then. Joseph isn't the only maker that I've talked to. And I didn't change my tune because he was a nice guy. I changed my tune because he actually showed me how his knives were supposed to work. And once I got it, they were awesome.
Right.
So yeah, now I have the Axon. The mini impulse is right over there for me to open as soon as we're done. It's going to be a late unboxing. And then I've got an isotope on pre-order, and it's like, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, if you want to call it that, but I love his knives, and they aren't perfect. Like I said, the pocket clip still bugs me a little. That's really about it on the Axon, but like, they're not the end all be all. I don't think they should be worth 3 times the amount that they retail for because they're really good. But I think this is kind of the way I feel about a lot of knives. At the price that he sells them at, they're a remarkably good knife, and they're built well. And like, even without giving too much away, but like the amount of quality he's gotten out of Best Tech, now that I'm potentially going down the road of maybe having a knife design built with a buddy, which I'm being ambiguous about on purpose because it's a maybe, but like Best Tech is part of that conversation for us now, because we've seen that from him and from guys like Adam Purvis and a couple of these collaborative like knife efforts. They can be a really good manufacturer. Whereas like before Joseph, I don't think I hadn't seen their chops that well. I guess I'd had the first Adam Purvis progeny that I really liked, but that was like one example of a knife. And now that I'm seeing them from both of those guys, it's a good thing.
Yeah. I think I know you're going to like the Mini Impulse. In my mind, this is his most underrated knife, and it's probably the one that people are going to regret overlooking the most.
And it's like the same size as an Axon, right? I feel like I looked at a picture of them side by side, and they were like almost identical.
I'll tell you what, it's exactly the same size as. Hold on. It's exactly the same size as a Spectre.
Ah, interesting.
I'd heard of those. Let me get it right. There we go.
Is your Impulse Mini the plain with hand rub?
It's plain titanium with raw screws. So he gives you a couple options. You have purple, blue, or plain on the screws. Now I know a guy that can fix that for me, so I can make that any color I want.
Yeah.
The blade, I like his hand rub the best.
That's exactly the knife I've got waiting to open, except no Timascus bits, but it's the plain hardware and hand rub.
This one's dirty because kids, I use my knives and I carry them sometimes, and this one's a little dirty, but I like the look of it here. But what's really clever and really intelligent is when you get to the tip on the Tanto, it actually goes vertical. So what you have is a textural difference that catches light differently, and it makes the knife really interesting to look at. And then up here, we have a different texture also.
On the swedge.
So we have 3 different textures on the blade to really make it look nice. And then on the V-spot, we've got ourselves like a matte finish inside it.
A blasted finish or something.
Yeah. So now with the multiple colors and the multiple facets, it makes the knife blade really interesting to look at. We basically have a tip here, but then we also have kind of a tip where the Tanto comes down. So this edge is really, really useful. And it more like this is the first Tanto blade I'd owned. And I don't know that you would call it a classic Tanto, but this knife is really nice to use. And it walks the line between being almost too thick, but being very capable. So as you use it, you find that it's good for cutting things, but you're not afraid to try it. Like you might buy a brand new PM2 and be skittish about carrying it in your pocket because you might have to cut something. This thing you're not worried about using.
Yeah.
The handle is very comfortable to hold. If you have medium-sized hands, you're going to find that it's really nice. If you have large-sized hands, it's not too small. Being lefty, I'm not a good judge of whether the clip is good or not, because the clip is obviously in the wrong place anyway. For me, it's under my fingers. If you had to live that way, you'd lose your mind. When I carry it right-handed, I find that the tip of the clip pokes between my fingers in a way that the knife is comfortable to hold. So I hear about hot spots on the clip, but to me, it doesn't hot spot.
Yeah, on the Axon, for me, it lands kind of like right. I don't know if you'll be able to see. It's landing like in the middle of the pad of my middle finger. So it's instead of being between fingers. But if I choke back and just kind of position my hand right so that it's a neutral enough handle, I can kind of switch it up. The more I carry and use the Axon, the less anything about it bugs me.
You know what's funny about it? When I talked to Joseph about this, I said, you're carrying the knife back here, aren't you? So that the clip goes between your first finger and second. And he goes, no.
He says
he carries them all the way up here.
Yeah.
So his first finger goes where there is no choil. And that means it is stabbing him in the palm. And to him, the clip is exactly what he wants it to be. And that's great. I'm with you. I would like to see something a little different. My main beef with it is I would like a little more clearance under the clip.
Yeah, same. I'm over the like it's a little hot spotty. I've just gotten so used to where the clip is. I position my hand and I deal with it. And I've loved the knife regardless. But yeah, in and out of pocket. I think part of it is also the material. What material is your Axon? Did you get?
I got the ingrained carbon fiber.
Oh, because I was watching. There's a guy, another reviewer, EDC Gear and Gun Reviews. Really nice guy. His name's Tyler. He has a black end cut carbon one. And in his review, I was just watching today, he put up his full review. He wasn't having any issues. He even showed it on a pair of like really thick pocket pants that are like a knife pocket on EDC pants or whatever. And it went in fairly easily. And I wondered if it was because his is carbon and this one's micarta, so it's grippier under. But if yours is carbon too, and you also feel like there's not enough clearance, then maybe I'm not crazy. I don't know.
I think you missed out on the XL.
You think I missed out on it?
The Synapse XL.
Yeah, see, I wasn't all that interested in it.
To be honest with you, of all of them, this is probably my favorite.
Really?
The Mini Impulse is I think that's the Goldilocks knife. It's the perfect size for almost everyone. And if you're going to carry one, it makes sense to carry that one. It's a 3.5-inch blade with a really nice handle, really capable blade design. But that being said, the Synapse XL is just amazing. It feels just awesome in the hand. It's kind of shaman-esque in terms of like, just like the beefiness of it, you know. Well, you've got this giant blade in a really nice shape.
See, I think part of why the Synapse in general doesn't appeal to me as much as the Impulse models or the Axon is because the like simplicity of the drop point. I think the Axon is my favorite of his blade shapes because I love Wharncliffe's in general, and I think it looks stunning. And then the way he does his Tantos, I'm like kind of polarized on Tantos. I feel like I'm either out or I'm really in on certain ones. And the Tanto on the Impulse, I just think he nailed. It's kind of like how like a Chavez Tanto is, to me, it feels like you should probably kind of get the Tanto in a lot of cases, although I had the drop point as well, which was awesome. But they have like a character to them. And the Synapse blade shape just looks more simple to me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And when I had your regular Synapse, I'm getting all these names twisted up in my head now. When I had your Synapse in to review, I found I liked it. It just, when I looked at it next to the Impulse or carried it next to the Impulse, or like anytime that I was comparing them, the Impulse just excited me and kind of drew me in a little more.
Sure. I do have a tip for anybody watching or listening. If you do get the end grain carbon fiber, I found that the look of it was a little monotone and the grip of it was very smooth. So I found that if you rub it with a Scotch-Brite pad, you want to order the red ones, they're like a maroon color. If you rub it with a Scotch-Brite pad in the direction of the grain, it actually removes a little bit of the epoxy and it leaves behind the carbon fiber. And by rubbing it, you want to use a little Windex. Don't do it dry. That's very bad for you. But you want to make it wet. So I use Windex. When you rub it with the grain, what happened is it removes some of the epoxy, leaves behind the carbon fiber, and now it has a it has a little bit of a grip to it, like a fingerprint. So I'm find that it feels a little bit more like, you know, with hardwoods like oak, you can feel the grain on the wood even after it's finished. That's what this feels like now. It has just enough grip that it's a little more grippy than the original finish, especially when you pull in this direction.
Interesting.
So, and it made it look a little more streaky. So now it has a little more of a shine to it and a little more of a streak to it. Another benefit is it broke the edge on the sharp lines. So there's a lot of sharp lines on the scales. We have the two in the middle of the scale, and then on the edges of the scale, it's usually a fairly hard break on those. But by rubbing it, I was able to break those edges just slightly. So now it has a little bit of a softer feel without modifying it too much. And to me now, it's just really nice in the hand, a lot more comfortable than it was before I did it.
Very cool. Yeah, I did end cut carbon on my isotope pre-order, which I think is going to look sweet.
Yeah, did you do black or the red?
I did black. I'm not a big fan of carbon with color added. In general, it's not really my thing. And
I had a hard time on that decision because the red carbon fiber looks like rosewood. It looks really woody, and it's really pretty. And I had a hard time deciding. And in the end, I went black so that it would match my XL.
Yeah, I did black end cut and hand rub, so all the grain goes the same way through the whole knife. I remember him talking about on the bacon Damascus. I forget whether it was the Synapse or what. He had some bacon Damascus ones at the end that he lottoed, and he was talking about how for him, like literally the end cut carbon mixed with the bacon Damascus when the knife is open, just the way that the whole thing is linear going forward. And ever since I saw him talking about that and started thinking about it, I was like, ooh, even on the hand rub, having the grain go that way would be pretty sweet. So like on my Axon, I went with belt satin because I'd seen on the ones he loaned me that his belt satin is epic, like really good looking belt satin. And I figured with the micarta and this being kind of a more user level knife in terms of how much it costs and what it's made of, belt satin was the way to go. But on like the Impulse Mini and the Isotope, both of those I went with hand rub because it's hard to beat how gorgeous that looks. And it's not much more on his knives to do hand rub than other finishes. And
I think it's $35 upcharge.
Yeah, that's one of those things where like on a custom knife, getting hand rub on M390 is going to be very expensive, but on a production one, it's not a huge upcharge.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a couple years for people to realize how good a value the Axon is. Because right now they're trading for $550 to $600 each. But that was a $200 knife when it came out. And when you think about what you get for $200, it's an insanely good knife for $200. Insane. But I've actually, my first Synapse is gone. It went away last week. The new owner loves it. I'm very happy for him. I'm so glad he loves it. He tells me he can't stop flicking it. So it tells me it was the right guy. I have a Gen 2 on the way. I'm excited about that. There were some things about the 1 that I'm hoping he fixes on the way to the 2. So pretty fearless on that one. My Gen 2 Impulse I sold, and I bought a Gen 1. I went backwards on that one because I like the color. And also there was there was an appeal in owning his first knife. This is literally his first knife. They only made 100 of these. This is number 34. In this colorway, there's 3. So Tyler Parkinson has one, and oh gosh, who's the other one? I think Alf has it. So there's only
I know both of those names.
Yeah. So that's kind of fun, that we have that in common. I'm super excited about the Isotope. I was really worried about the size of it because it's even bigger than it's bigger than the Impulse and it's bigger than the XL.
But the handle's smaller, right?
Overall length is bigger and blade length is longer.
Yeah, because I think I was looking at it the other day. I pulled up a photo on his Instagram from a little ways back with all the current models lined up and up to the Isotope. Like it didn't have the mini one that's upcoming, but the Isotope looked to me like the handle was slightly shorter than an Impulse, but the blade length was slightly longer than an Impulse. So overall length, it was like a hair longer, it looked like, but the handle size was no bigger. In fact, it was slightly smaller, which to me sounded like a good thing. What's interesting to me is all of his knives up until the isotope have had this forward kind of groove where it's like a 2-finger groove. And if you look at the isotope, it's a much shorter groove. It looks like it's going to be a 1-finger groove and then a flat behind it. So I'm curious to see how that one feels in hand, because it's the first one that's like a departure from.
I didn't notice that. It's interesting. So overall, what do I like about these knives? I mostly admire the fact that a guy with a dream came up with a knife. I'm jealous of that, because that's really that. I'm not jealous. I just admire it, and I'm happy for him that he was able to do that. I'm also very impressed with the way that his thoughtfulness on every detail is echoed in the knife. And, you know, he could probably spend 2 hours talking to you about why this screw is here and why it isn't there or there or there or there or there or there, but why it's exactly there. You know, why do the lines go the way they go? When he was doing his shows with us, he would take the rendering and he would show you what the knife looked like closed and then show you what it looked like open. And he would talk about, especially with the Axon, if you hold that knife up, it's rather symmetrical end to end. The way that it swoops across the top of the design, you know, he's very mindful about all those things. So I really think it's cool that he was able to do that. But then in the end, he made a knife that is competitive with the other things in the price range and different enough that you can find real appeal in them. Like whether it's the blade shape or the blade thickness or the grind or the way that the V-hole works, V-spot, still up in the air about what we're going to call that.
I vote V-slot. I think that's the best term for it, but I'll call it V-spot if that's what it seems to be the most agreed upon for now. I
think I said Vero. Go to Vero. I don't know. They're pretty cool. And then to be there towards the beginning and watch it continue to explode exponentially is great. I was fortunate enough that after one of our lives, when we did a StreamYard and we wanted to broadcast it into his group, he had to make me an admin so that I could make that happen. Without being an admin, it wouldn't have been possible. There's something in the technology that blocks that. And then afterwards, he didn't delete me as an admin. And I said, I'd be happy to stay on and help you with the group. And he was like, please do. I'm busy. And I don't really love spending a lot of time on Facebook watching every P&Q that happens in the group.
Yeah. So
I'm happy to help. So
it's you and Tyler is the moderator in there, right? Tyler Parkinson.
Shimon Bennett, Tyler Parkinson, and myself are moderators. I think at one point I told him, I said, hey, you have like 5 admins. And at any point, if I dislike you, I can throw you out of your own group and you can't do anything about it. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, any admin can throw out any other admin. And I could delete the whole thing. I could delete your whole program. And he's like, that's a good point. I said, you and Michelle should be the only admins. The rest of us are just moderators. We're just borrowed help, right? Yeah. And he said, yeah, that's a good point. And so they reorged a little bit. So I have a very minimal role in the whole thing. I'm mostly there, I think, to speak a little experience about what it's like to run a Facebook group, because to him, it's a new world. And to me, it ain't so new anymore.
And it's growing fast, that Vero page. There's a big uptick in people. I'm sure you guys are dealing with a lot.
You know, he has 1,000 more followers on Insta than Holt does.
I believe it.
And the only way to buy a Holt was Insta. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
He is exploding in popularity. His Instagram is bigger than Facebook by a lot, but the activity in the Facebook group is a lot of fun too.
Yeah. That Tyler guy who's in there, I just found out lives right by me. So as soon as everything calms down, I got to meet up with him. He's a funny dude.
A phenomenal guy. Very smart, very funny. Very talented guy. I'm happy to know him.
Man. So you have, up to this point, you currently have every Vero, and anyone that's incoming, you have ordered, which would just be the isotope at this point, I guess, right? Is there anything else that's currently pre-ordered?
The only one I didn't live order was the very first Impulse. Everything else I've managed to buy. My Axon I already moved on.
Oh, right. You said
I traded that for another Synapse XL. So I have no complaints about the Axon. It's a wonderful knife. It really is. The blade shape didn't really make me totally happy.
Mm.
It's just not my style. And
oh, yeah, that's like even my Protech Malibu. Your biggest complaint about it was that it was the reverse Tanto blade shape, which is part of what I love about now both of my Malibus.
yeah, that was part of it. But more than that, the front flipper I didn't dig.
Mm.
And without the back flipper part, to me, it just felt like if you hold up your Axon, no, close it. It just mocks you that the back flipper isn't there.
See, that's a part of why I liked this one so much, is because I'll Spidey flick. If it's the option to Spidey flick a knife, I'm going to do it 90% of the
Spidey
time.
flicks incredibly well. It really does.
But I hardly ever front flip it.
This back flipper that he uses is so good and so unlike other people's back flippers. The fact that it isn't there always made me sad whenever I picked up the Axon. I just love this. This is so good. I have a real pet peeve with back flippers, or sorry, with flipper tabs that just hang off the back of the knife like it's a pickaxe.
Yeah.
And some knives are just gross with it, you know. And he came up with a really elegant solution that if you don't teach somebody how to use it, they may not even know it's there. But this is such a good opener, combined with, I don't know, I just think this knife is super handsome. So I was able to get one with the same blade shape or same blade finish with red carbon fiber. So I'll have a red one and a black one.
There you go.
And then I might modify one.
I wouldn't put it past you. That seems like a very you move.
Yeah, I'll probably enter one of them.
What color would you go with if you do it?
I don't know. It's hard to avoid, like, I'm not a blue knife kind of guy, but it's hard to avoid the blues because the blues turn out really, really good. Purples turn out really good. The pinks are not so good. They kind of look oily to me. The bronzes look great. The golds are pretty good too. I'm looking at my chart. I have my chart right here on my wall. So I don't know. I haven't put too much thought into it, but yeah, I might do that.
And so you may have more information on this than I do, but I know from time to time, Joseph will even come out with additional scale sets that you can buy. I don't think in the time that I've been following him closely, I've seen that happen yet, but it's been kind of like, I think, a mad dash to just get more knives to market for now. Have you done any of that, purchasing scales?
Yeah, when the Synapse Gen 1 came out, you had your choice of micarta or 3 different G10 colors. There was blue, red, and black, or natural. And then shortly after the pre-order, he offered up 2 different colors of carbon fiber. There was black and there was red. And so now that brought it up to, what is that, 6 different colors, 6 different combinations of scales on that knife.
Sounds right.
After that, there was another knife color, another color that came out. It was like the swirly gold, what is it? Black and orange, I believe, swirl. And I don't know what that was made of. It might have been a CF product, but
I think it was G10. I think it was just black and orange.
So that made it 7 different scales you could choose for that knife. And the funny thing is you kind of expect that to be evergreen and they should always be available. But at the same time, there's only 250 of those knives made. So how many sets of scales do you want? What's interesting is that the Vero dedicated people, well, generally they'll want all of them. So Tom has all 7. So his is all 7. Plus he has the Timascus. So you could say he has the most elite Synapse you can have.
Yeah. Unless there is Bacon Damascus. So.
Well, yeah, you're right. That would be more coveted to have the Bacon blade. But the Axon, I believe he's intending to offer scales on. The Synapse XL he's going to offer scales on. He can't do everything at once, I believe. So
of course,
he's phasing those in. Another thing he's really good at is his merchandising. I think is really good, and his marketing is really good. The way that he came up with a multi-tool to go along with his knives. The fact, he invented a multi-tool, and then
it's the only one I've ever carried. I still need to do my full review. That'll be hopefully this week. I'll shoot it, but I've got the mini Fulcrum, that lives in my fanny pack, which I bring with me pretty much everywhere. And just last night, I was at my brother-in-law's house, and he has a Civivi that he bought like at Christmas time, and the thing was so off center, it was rubbing, and it was like he had broken the tip off. It was in rough shape, and so I was like, "Oh, let me adjust it for you," and I got him right back on center and kind of tuned it up a little. I was like, because I had my Vero Fulcrum, that was totally possible.
And I'm doing my best to talk about it's a multi-tool. So he wanted something to carry bits so he could work on knives. So he designed a bit holder. Then he said, well, how do I use it as a screwdriver? And he put a magnet in the end. And then he said, well, how do I keep it in my pocket? And he put a pocket clip on it. And then he said, well, how do I make it comfortable to carry? And he made it flat instead of round. So this is a screwdriver that's flat with a clip on it. And then the last thing he decided is, well, what do I do with the butt of it? I may as well taper it. So now it's a pry bar. Yeah. You know, this is just another component of the tool. So people will call this a pry bar. It's really not a pry bar. It's a multi-tool. Right. And if you think of it that way, this thing is really, really useful. And I have one I carry almost every day. It's like a fifth pocket device to me. I can't find it, but I got one without the clip on it. Mm-hmm. And it just goes in the fifth pocket of my jeans. And I'm awfully glad to have it. I'll use it as a box opener sometimes. I'll use it to pry things. It's my daughter's into Legos and I'm into Legos, and it's often Legos, you know? Yeah. So that's kind of sweet. But I love the fact that he has these ancillary things to go with his knives. So when I can't buy a knife and I'm fiending to spend money on Vero anything, and all of a sudden he drops some pry bars made out of brass, or he drops them out of Damascus, or they come anodized, or they come Cerakoted, you know, that's fun.
Yeah. Yeah, the one I have is the white Cerakoted one with the black clip, and I've got the black rubber bands on it. So it's like a little stormtrooper. And I don't think I've actually used it to pry pretty much anything. I've used the pry end as a flathead screwdriver once or twice, and then I've used the bits in it a whole bunch of times now. Yeah. This is great when I'm out and about to have Torx bits that I can actually tinker on stuff with.
I had one that was robin's egg blue and black, and it was just beautiful. And it bothered me to think about using it because I was so scared I'd scratch it. And so what I did was I moved it on. You know, I found somebody else that wanted it and loved the color, and I just, you know, sold it to him for what I had in it so I could get rid of it, and I didn't have to worry about scratching it anymore.
Yeah, I get that. So he's done, do you know what the total number of knives he's brought to market is at this point? Because he did 100 first run impulse, 200 synapses. Is it 200 more impulses?
It was 100 impulses, 250 synapses.
Oh, I'm going to write this down. 100, 250.
The second run of impulses, I think, was 250.
Okay, so we're at 600 knives between those first three runs.
The mini impulse was 300. The Axon was 600. Synapse XL is 300. These are all numbers he's talked about live, by the way. These aren't top secret.
Yeah, no, and most of them are numbered knives.
Yeah, and they're numbered knives. The integral is 500.
And that's it so far. And the integral's not even here.
Synapse Gen 2 is going to be here very soon. And that's 500. So the Synapse Gen 2, he sat on a lot of those. He only pre-sold 300 of them.
Ah, okay. That'll be cool.
So that means there's going to be extras that are available to purchase. So
before the isotope and the Synapse Gen 2, so those 1,000 knives are not delivered yet, but they're in the process. Before those, there's 1,800 knives total from first impulse to Synapse XL. Because that would be the most recent.
That 1,800 knives that he got in from China, he had to unbox them. He had to go through them. He had to QC them. He had to disassemble some of them and dial them in, right? Some of them were probably perfectly fine, ready to go. But he went through all of those individually, and they all had to 5-finger flick before he would pack them up. And they all had to be packed into packages, you know. It's not that easy. People don't realize how hard that is. It's not like, how many knives have you shipped in a day? Have you ever shipped like 5 shipments in a day?
Oh, dude. Sometimes, yeah. I think the most I've ever sent in a day is probably like maybe 10 if 10? I had like loaners from two
Yeah.
different people and a couple.
How many hours did it take you to pack 10 knives?
Couple hours. Yeah.
A couple hours, right? It takes a long time. You're mindful of not putting the wrong box in the wrong, you know what I mean? Cross shipping. You're mindful of getting the labels on right. Did I get everything in the box? I bet one or two of them you cut open again to double check because you forgot, you know.
Yeah.
And then your daughter's pulling on your leg every 5 minutes wanting to play, and the phone's ringing and people are banging you on Insta. You know, it's hard. So imagine doing that with 600 knives. It's not that easy.
Yeah.
So I understand people are upset about the Axon drop, and there's 3 series of those. But I don't know how else you do it. It's a lot of knives. You know, you got to get them all out there.
And when your infrastructure it's you and your wife, and at first it was just him, and then luckily now it's him and Michelle. But like, that's 4 hands.
Yeah. All that to say, I think he's done an incredible job balancing an insane amount of work. I'm sure it's hitting him faster than he ever thought would happen. You know, when he started this, I'm sure he had no intention of quitting his job. That was a luxury that came with the success. I imagine. I don't know this, but I imagine that that's the case. So it's I don't know. I feel like he's handling a whirlwind experience as elegantly as you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the proof too is in like I said, before I had ever experienced any of his knives, all I heard was positivity. Now, after 1,800 knives delivered and 1,000 more currently in the pipeline, I've heard a few complaints, most of which have just been like impatience about when they're getting their knife that they pre-ordered. And for the fact for it to be very few and far between for me to hear complaints about his knives, like very, very few and far between.
Right.
When it was 100 knives that were delivered, it was like 100 people could all be banding together and like, we're just going to say these are really great, but they're not, you know. But for you to have 1,800 pieces delivered, and for the consensus from just about everybody I know who has owned or handled any of his knives, to like people like catch the bug, like my buddy Kevin, Lefty EDC, who for the entire time I had my Axon pre-ordered was like, that knife is ugly, that's stupid, I don't want one, blah 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 blah. And then he tries a Vero knife, and then all of a sudden the next day he's hunting for an Axon, and now he's got an Impulse Mini, an Axon, and I think he has a full-size Impulse coming in, and like he's ready for the next one too. Like, people who try his knives generally start going down this path of wanting to own as many of them as they can get their hands on. And I've got a lot of friends who do. They own multiple, which is a good sign. It also speaks a lot of the type of knife models that he creates, that they're similar enough that they still feel like his knives, but they're different enough that people can justify wanting to chase each model that he comes out with. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think people have favorites, but I don't think I've heard anybody be like, well, that one just didn't work for me, but this one's good. It's usually like, this is my favorite model, but I love them all.
And then back to something we talked about at the beginning, hours ago. The fact that they're worth more on the used market than they are on the new eliminates the anxiety you might feel about trying something and then losing your shirt on it. Mm-hmm. So I've known a couple people now that are like, yeah, I keep hearing about these things. They're just best techs, aren't they? No, they're not. Well, they're just that's another Chinese made knife. No, kind of not. Yeah. Well, I have to try one sometime. Like, why don't you just buy one? I bet you'll like it more than you think. And if you hate it, you can make a buck.
Yep.
Why don't you try that? I don't know. I don't know anybody that's bought one and then like the moment it hit their hand, they hated it, and then they flipped it. Maybe they're out there, or there probably are, but I can't think of any. I
was the weirdo who, when I first got yours, wasn't totally sold on them, and now look at me.
I don't know. There's just to me, I like the relationship with the builder. I love that part. Mm-hmm. You know, I have multiple guitars on my wall that I bought from a guy that makes guitars, and that experience of befriending the person and then explaining what I want and then getting exactly what I want makes the instrument almost worthless to some, but priceless to me. And with the knives out there, I don't think I can have that experience with a Benchmade. They're beautiful knives. They're well made. They're competently built. They're purpose driven. They're great knives, but I don't feel like I know anybody at Benchmade, you know. But with Joseph, crawling in his brain a little bit, interviewing him a few times, and then getting to work with him in a limited capacity, you know, a little bit. It's been really cool to have that insight and to watch his vision get turned into a thing, and that appeals to me a lot.
Mhm.
So whatever it is you do, I'm going to feel the same way about it too, because you and I have become friends, and we have a thing we're working on together, and I'm super excited to see it, you know, and it would mean a lot to me to have one, because knowing that of the time that you've put into it and the purpose you've put behind it, you know.
Yeah,
So,
that is one of the cool things I think about the hobby in general, both with the makers that you get to know and then the other people in the community that you get to know. Because like a year ago, I had no idea that you existed. I had never heard your name. I
right,
didn't know you were a human being.
right.
You live across the country. Like there was nothing there, right? But in the last year, because of this shared hobby, we've had a couple phone conversations that have been as long as this.
Yeah, no kidding.
We've had a couple of, I've been on lives with you in the Millie Club. We did that Zoom thing, very beginning of it. We've had a lot of kind of long form conversations, and we just chat via text pretty regularly on Messenger and all that as well.
Yeah, all the time.
And what's crazy to me is that the bond that's legitimate between you and I, because we've spent so much time talking and getting to know each other a little bit, and with that mutual thing being knives, we've still like become actual friends. What's crazy is that it's not unique that you and I have done that, but that there's a bunch of people, like a weird volume of people that I've gotten close enough with, that if they created a product, I would want to buy because I know them. And I, like you said, I've kind of seen inside their head a little bit. I figured out how they think about things and what they like and what they don't like. And I like them on a human level because we share a bond over a hobby, but also over a lot of conversations where we've gotten to know each other. And so it's unique to me in that way. That's one of those things that I never really expected when I first started my knife Instagram.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
even when I first started my YouTube channel, I didn't imagine that it would kind of blossom into like a lot of the interpersonal relationships that stem from it. And yeah, it's wild. And I think that's the depth of the hobby that kind of comes with time spent in it, where you make real friendships, you get to know real makers and who they are, and you learn which ones you'd rather not buy from because you've learned who they are, and other ones who you just want to support them because you like their vision and what they're up to. And Joseph and Michelle are one of those examples where it's like, I don't know. I don't know him that well personally, but everything I see from him and experience from him and the phone conversations I've been able to have with him, just super nice guy who has an amazing brain and is thinking about things differently than I do and can make things that I could never make. And it's like, that's cool to me.
Yeah, my wife is not like me in many ways. We're very different people. And one way we're very different, very, very different, is that she is very content to be an introvert and very content to have a very small circle of friends. She's slow to make friends. She's slow to call people her friend. And I am not. I I enjoy people and I enjoy getting to know people. I'm quick to make friends and I'm quick to call people my friend, even if I, you know, trying to think of an example. There's 50 guys in the knife group that I would call a friend and let them stay at my house, and I've never actually talked to them in person. You know, I would feel comfortable with them coming over and visiting and not be weird about it.
Yeah.
And I'll be talking to my wife, and it's hard not to talk about this stuff all the time because I know it would drive her crazy. But I'll be talking to her and I'll be saying, like, my friend Tim. Which Tim? Well, the Tim with the thing. Well, which thing? The thing with the thing. Oh, that guy. You know, like it's hard to actually tell her stories about everybody because there's too many people. And I love that part of it. I didn't know that was coming either, because it's easier here than in other hobbies I've been in. Definitely.
Yeah. See, like the only other real like circles I've run in hobby wise have been all like automotive focused because I spent so much time in the industry
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I do a lot of automotive photography. And even then, like some of the most tight knit like automotive clubs, like it's all focused around Audis or all focused around Porsches or all focused around BMWs, or even when there's like a really pretty specific common bond. Um, those other spaces I've been in all just feel so much more like competitive and like a little bit hostile. And like people who are being overly friendly are like doing it because they're a salesman of some financial product or like, like it's just a weird, like different type of vibe and culture. And I talk about this a lot. I'm sure I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, but the knife community is different in that way. And it took me a while of being in it to like believe it. Like when I when
You
I
don't trust
first
their motives.
yeah, when I
Yeah.
first started posting a lot and like one thing that still is not my favorite is the amount of regularity with which the term brother gets used. Like everyone's Hulk Hogan. In
I
the
don't like it
night,
either. Yeah, I think that bothers me a lot. It bothers me almost as much as the people that will tell you how honest they are.
right.
That's worse, but only a little bit.
Let me brag about how humble I am right now.
Yes. You've
It's
never met anyone as humble as I am.
right. So like that type of thing bothers me, but amidst all of that, it's not like everybody I meet in the knife community is like the coolest person ever. And then I click with everybody and anybody who DMs me, we're best friends now. Like
Right.
that's not at all what I'm saying, but rather the people that it has become more than surface level with have like on the whole been really, really good for me and
Yeah.
really helpful to me. And I hope I've been helpful to them as well. And there's just like underlyingly the type of person that I have let in a little bit. It's been very, very positive. And yeah, I just don't see that so much in other places. There's you have to question why people are being as nice as they are a little more in other spheres that I've run in. And here it's like people are just a little more helpful and a little cooler. And I don't know what it is about this hobby that is magnetic to certain types of people, but it seems to be.
The pinnacle that I've observed so far is the Kentucky Custom Knife Show. The Kentucky Custom Knife Show. You guys, you're out there somewhere. I want you to go to Facebook. Listen to Uncle Jason. Go to Facebook. Find the Kentucky Custom Knife Show group. Join it. There's some weird questions you're going to have to answer. But once you're in there, you're going to find the biggest collection of cargo pant wearing, bearded, flannel shirt wearing dudes drinking bourbon and cutting themselves with knives. It's amazing. And the show hasn't happened in 2 years. And dudes are still posting in there daily. Like, this is what I drank last night. This is what I'm drinking tomorrow night. This is what I got today. This is what I got yesterday. You remember that time? And they're all posting pictures from years ago. It's hilarious to watch these guys just commiserate. And it seems like every year it's at the same hotel down in Lexington, Kentucky. And they rent the whole place out. And the whole place is just a giant bourbon booze cruise. And they go early so they can take bourbon trail tours. And then they go back to the show and they flip some knives. And then they stay up all night just getting to know each other. And it's like, I'm so jealous of that community. I want to be a part of that community. And I tried to go a couple of years ago, but work got in the way. I wasn't able to go. It's usually in November, which is a terrible time for me with what I do for a living. Getting away in November is very difficult, but that's definitely like, if you are listening and you want to go to a cool knife community, that's the one.
Maybe 2021 is your year, Jason. You can go on some bourbon tours. And
Yep.
were you saying they literally cut themselves at this thing?
Well, you know how it is. You drink a lot of bourbon and you flick knives. Sooner or later, you're going to flick the edge.
I thought you were going to say there's some kind of like competition where it's like a
the hand stabbing thing with the bayonet. No, just dumb accidents brought on by grain alcohol.
Gotcha. That makes sense. It's been a while. I should knock on wood, but it's been a long time since I've had a proper, deep, good knife cut. It probably helps that I don't drink. So
you know what? Tom and I do so many live things on the group now. We're constantly cutting ourselves on air.
Yeah.
Tom got himself really good the other day. He had blood pouring down his hand. once I did a scale swap on a shaman, and I was almost done, and I'm putting the knife back together, and I cut myself pretty good. I was getting blood on the Terratuff. That was weird look.
Yeah, the last time I cut myself with a knife was a knife in the kitchen that was not like one of my knives, and it was due for a sharpening, which was part of it. It slipped a little bit, and even that wasn't all that bad. But
I don't think anything's cut me many times is my Waypoint. I cut myself on the Waypoint all the time, and whenever I do, I smile. That's how sharp it is.
Because it's really good at it.
It's so good. Yeah. If I'm going to get sliced open, I want it to be the best, and that knife might be the best.
That's what we should probably put a bow on this soon. But before we do, the Waypoint, I loaned you mine, right?
Yeah.
I think I loaned it to you. Yeah.
I had never even heard of it until you loaned me yours.
And then how did that go for you? Because people still, I did the review on the Waypoint a long time ago. That was pretty early in my channel. I guess all things considered, that's not that long. But in time of my channel, it was a lot of videos ago. I raved about that knife. Still adore that knife. It was in the running for my knife of the year. You were upset I didn't pick it.
I actually turned it off when you ruled it out. I stopped watching, so I don't know what won. It doesn't matter.
You wouldn't like it as the Malibu, and you don't like the blade shape. So how did it go for you?
Malibu is really good too.
It is a good knife. With the Waypoint, what was your how quickly did you fall in love with it, I guess is what I'm trying to ask.
Very quickly. That was a knife where the packaging caught me off guard. It did not look the way I thought it would. That black stealthy box with a Q, but the Q is on the wrong, the stick is on the wrong side of the Q. Anyway, opened it up and took the knife out, and I was first struck by how light it was, and then when it opened, it like flew open. The way the light caught it, it's just such a good looking knife. Yeah, I was shocked at how well I could thumb flick it. I didn't think that was possible. So yeah, I really, really, really like that knife. I bought one myself. The one I went with was the black one. I'm glad I got the black. I love the look of the black. But this thing gets so much pocket time for me because it's just invisible in your pocket. It's so lightweight and small, but it's also capable because it's such a good size blade. You got a lot of edge there. So it's comfortable in the hand. It's comfortable in the pocket. The pocket clip is my favorite kind. Super deep. The thumb studs are nice. I'm not generally a stud guy. Yeah, just like you. The edge geometry is nice. It is a high hollow grind, or hollow grind actually.
But it's such a thin stock.
Yeah, the blade stock is thin. So got that going for you. I don't know what the BTE is on it. I'd be interested to have Wes check it. But
I should send him mine. I need to send him some more knives.
This is a knife that wouldn't appeal to him, but it would surprise him. And I like doing that to him. I like sending him stuff that I know he thinks he won't like and then change his mind on it.
Totally.
My only criticism of this knife is it has so few screws holding it together. I wonder, like, long-term how it's going to do. I find it's hard to center. If you want it loose, you kind of have to surrender a little bit of centering. Yeah. And I'm okay with that because I'm not a psychopath when it comes to centering a knife. There's a lot of unreasonable people that get very upset about centering, and it's almost laughable to me if it wasn't so common. Right. I'm not trying to disparage anybody who's obsessed with it. Fine, but I don't know what effect that has on the knife if it's not rubbing on the scale.
Yeah, the Waypoint is an interesting one for me because prior to starting my channel, I was into knives. I had a lot of knives, more knives than many people experience. Were already going through my hands because I was really into buying, selling, and trading. But a knife that was very common to find in my pocket was the bug out. I really, really liked how light the bug out was, how thin it was. It was fantastic at actually disappearing in the pocket. And I found it worked really well for me at normal, everyday cutting tasks. It was a great knife. And I still own a bug out, although I loaned it to a buddy, and he's had it for a few months now, which is fine because literally for a while, I was kind of searching for like the bug out killer, and I think it would be different for everybody. Some people don't even like the bug out. Other people, it's like, to me, it was kind of ultimate in its class. And so I wanted to find something that I liked better. And I had tried a number of knives, like when the Para3 Lightweight came out. I tried the Para3 Lightweight and I was like, oh, maybe this similar in size, won't be as thin, but it'll be really lightweight, similar blade length. And I found that I liked the regular Para3 better than the Para3 Lightweight, and I liked the bug out better than the Para3 Lightweight. So I got rid of the Para3 Lightweight. But I kept trying these knives. I was like, oh, maybe I'll finally find the bug out killer, and I never really did. And then it kind of hit me a while ago that part of why I haven't missed my bug out at all, which I think my buddy's going to give it back soon, but I haven't missed it. I haven't wanted to carry it one bit because objectively, obviously the Waypoint costs way more, but this knife is as thin, carries as well. It's not quite as light, but it's still very light and still such a pleasure to carry that I like, this is my bug out killer. And that's not fair because it costs so much more, but like I own both. And this one is a knife that finally makes me feel like if I sold my bug out, I wouldn't miss it. I guess between this and the Ferrum Forge Stinger, if you want to like look at that price range, even cheaper. I think
even the jimping's extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's subtle, but it's so good for catching a fingerprint. Right? Like take your finger and just kind of pull it across and it just gets stuck right in there.
Yep. It's also one of those things where like this knife breaks some of my rules in terms of, it's not like in terms of closing it, and mine has some mileage on it now, but it's not smooth to close. It's smooth, but it's like Sabenza to close, right? There's resistance the whole way. And like, it's just not perfect for me in terms of like fidgetability, but the way it thumb flicks and the way I can middle finger flick it is still so good that closing it is just like everything else. It does so perfect.
I'm kind of okay with doing that.
Yeah. If I can still do this.
This is the part that makes me happy. And then can I close it one-handed? The answer is yes, easily.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's one of those like total Goldilocks knives where it's just so convenient to carry. The fact that it's Vanex makes it inherently exciting because it's awesome steel that I can take anywhere. The whole thing is so corrosion resistant that like I purposely put it in water all the time. And it's just like, it's an animal. It eats it up. I remember when you had it, you were asking if I had sharpened mine. I told you there's the factory edge. You're like, holy balls, that's a sharp factory edge. And it is still on the factory edge. I've loaned it to a few more people. I've told them all to use it. I've used it a bunch. I've stropped it once, but that's it.
So I sharpened mine just to find out what Vanex is like to sharpen. It's a total pleasure to sharpen. It was about as difficult to sharpen as VG10.
Gotcha.
Super easy. The stones just went right at it. There was no frustration in it. So it was very nice to take care of.
I imagine the profile on it is probably not difficult to set up and sharpen either because
there's so much flat spot here that it's easy to grab in your clamp.
Yep.
But I was able to put a mirror on it. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
I was able to mirror it really nice. And yeah, just easy to take care of.
Yeah, mine still shaves hair.
But there's something to think about. This mini impulse and this quiet carry are the same price, right?
Yep.
The mini impulse will cut this knife in half and not dent. These are the same price, but very different in terms of purpose and function, I would argue. So for those of you who are maybe new to this hobby and you're 4 hours and 7 minutes into a podcast, think about the purpose of the knife and whether or not it hits the mark or not. And then also, will that purpose echo in what you want the knife to do? So anytime I choose this quiet carry, this knife is automatically going to be out just for the attributes this knife has. It's the lightness of it, the smallness of it, the subtleness of it. I can carry this to places where I'm not really supposed to have a knife. No one will know I have it because it's so capable and small. A rule that I have about most of my knives is, can I open it in front of my grandmother and not scare her with it? There's nothing scary about this knife. It's not unnecessarily tactical, If none of that matters to you, this is the wrong knife. That's okay. There's plenty of knives in the sea. But do you have one of these?
I don't. That's the Eddie, right?
The Eddie. Comes in G10, 20 CV steel, $99.
Tiny little guy.
It has you got your nice little pocket clip on there. I actually, when it came out, I bought a pink one for my daughter and an orange one for me.
Nice.
And it's a beautiful edge. It's a really nice blade shape.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's got a nice little swedge here.
Little forward choil.
Forward choil. Thank you. You can get way up on it if you want to. Everything about this knife is great except the thickness of the G10 to get to the lock. It's way down deep in the knife. And just like every Marcin Sliz design from Spyderco, the finger hole's too small.
Yeah.
So
see, the only reason I didn't snag one is because, like every single Marcin Sliz, Swish, whatever you call it, Spyderco, you can't spider flick them. If it's going to have a hole for deployment, I want to spidey flick it.
You almost can't get your thumb in it. I have to do straight in, and then as I pull the knife open, my finger actually hits right here on the corner of the scale. It needs more. It actually, ironically, it needs more off this end, not the other end. But as you try to open the knife, your finger catches on the scale.
Yeah. So
it's not super easy to open. I wish that was better, and I might just mod it because I don't know that I'll ever be able to resell this. I think if I take a little bit off this corner, it'll work better. But that being said, the liner lock is excellent, and it is a pretty decent blade stock. So if you wanted to go crazy on this and really do some cutting, it would handle it.
I mean, it looks like a tiny fifth pocket knife if you're approaching it as a tool that you're just going to use to get out and get a lot of cutting performance out of. It makes a lot of sense.
Comparably, it's pretty tiny. Here's what else. Here's a Cadet. So it's about the same size as a Cadet, but an infinitely more capable blade with a better blade steel.
Have you tried the Giant Mouse Ace Riv yet?
I have not.
I'll have to loan it to you. It's my current favorite tiny secondary knife because I loaned you my Biblio, right?
Yeah, the Biblio and the Grand. You said
so. This knife is basically, for some purposes, a scaled down Biblio. Yeah. Although now it's a frame lock, right? And what they did is they kind of shrunk the profile down, but they increased the size of the forward choil. So this knife actually feels better in my hand than the Biblio does. Even though it's smaller, I feel like I'm getting a better purchase on it. And it's just a teeny tiny, lightweight little frame lock, but the whole access is also fantastic. So it spidey flicks like a dream. And I really, really like this one. And it's tiny. It's a teensy little thing. I'll put it next to the Axon so you can see. It's just like a little baby knife, and carries super small, super compact. So as a secondary, it's like perfect. Doesn't scare anybody. And the forward choil is really just like the winner on it. It's a proper sized forward choil, whereas the Biblio one always feels a little cramped to me.
I'm open-minded to it, but overall, that size knife is not an attention getter to me.
Plus, you have bigger hands than I do, don't you?
More than that, I don't know why, but for some reason, it's just not all that compelling. Like I feel like I have 4 or 5 options for small knives, and I'm okay with it. And I don't feel a king of the hill situation with those where I'm always trying to find the best one. Whereas a 3.5-inch blade, man, that's the blade length I like the best. And I'm always looking for like, well, what's the really good knife in that range? And I probably spend too much time there and not enough in the smalls.
See, I think part of why I'm so intrigued a lot of the time by the really small knives is because I think it's harder to get those knives right for designers, to have them actually fit in people's hands and still feel capable enough that like it is a proper knife that you can do some knife related work with. Because some tiny knives, it seems like they go all for fidgetiness, or like it's just a little piece of pocket jewelry and it's like, it's tiny. Why do we want to make it feel good in your hand anyways? Right. And then other ones, it's like, feels great ergonomically, but then there's like 0 cutting edge on it because it's all choil. And it's like, so finding that balance, I think, is a lot harder to do from a design aspect than it is to create the perfect 3.5-inch folder for someone's hand.
I think beating a K390 man bug is tough. This knife And this knife it's got the grip figured out. It's got the thumb ramp figured out. It's got the jimping figured out.
Hmm.
The edge geometry is killer. It's a full flat grind. One of the best steels you can get on a production knife available today.
True.
I don't know that I'll ever need to sharpen this thing because it's mostly just going to be opening chip bags and cutting tags off my daughter's clothing, opening mail. It's not ever going to be a hard use knife ever. But this thing is, I don't know. It's like beating this would be hard for that little knife. The Pochi is fun. And it's the same size. It's the same size, but it's a silly knife. Yeah. Ultimately, it's better with the clip off, not on, because the clip doesn't clip.
Yeah. The Pochi is, I think, actually the only knife I've ever owned an S45VN too, which is funny.
It'll be the last knife I own an S45VN voluntarily. I do have something that's really interesting. Have you ever played with one of these?
I don't even know what that is.
It's called the Polywog.
What? Is a ball bearing lock?
Yeah.
What the?
Stainless steel, VG10 blade. This is an Eric Lesser design.
This is wild looking.
Possibly strange looking. So this came in two variants. You could get the solid stainless or you could get it with G10. But it looks like a dinosaur tooth.
It looks like something that Dan probably has 12 of, but
this knife was given to me by a friend. And when he gave it to me, I told him he didn't have to give me anything. And he said, no, it's a gift of friendship. It was given to me by a friend. So he didn't buy it either. So evidently this knife has been passed around the community for a while. And it's always given as like a token of friendship. So
that's epic.
Yeah, I'm not going to say who it came from because I don't know if he wants me to say. But to me, the lineage of it is also impressive. Like I know a couple people back. So I feel like I'm part of like a elite club having this thing. It's fairly silly. When I got it, it looked like it had been well loved. So I disassembled it and cleaned it up and oiled it and cleaned it and put the clip on the proper side. Now it's lefty. But yeah, it's pretty funny because it definitely flies open and falls shut considering it's running on paper thin Delrin washers,
Yeah, that's wild.
But yeah, this is a weird knife. It's total pocket hog, but pretty fun.
I get the allure of like, there are some people like Dan, Ozzy Spider, or Rich Cox has like a lot of kind of wild old Spyderco's that are just funky. And Spyderco has made some really funky knives. And I think it's cool if you've got like a collection of those weird, intricate, strange, unique knives. That's a type of collecting that I think I vibe with even more than like chasing down all of one line of knives. Like I want to build a museum of the weirdness in my own home. Like that could be fun.
That's kind of what they've done is they've built a museum of the original work of the company, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. When I see some of the stuff that Rich posts all the time, it's like, I had no idea. The fact that he can continue to surprise me, that there are knives that I had no idea existed, gets more impressive with time, but he keeps on doing it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yep. Great guy too. He's very easy to talk to. Tom and I actually have a chat with him where the three of us talk, and we're always trying to absorb information from him because he's been doing this a long time, leading. He's an admin in Spyderco Knives, and he's a moderator in Spyderco. So the two largest Spyderco groups he's in charge of, basically. And he's a really good resource, and he's such a kind spirit that if you need advice, he's a good person to talk to. So shout out, Rich. Thanks for all the help.
Plus, he abuses the piss out of that XHP PM2, which is fun to watch.
He's good content. He provides very good content. If it isn't a photo contest, then there's Nutella involved, or there's posing in pajamas.
I saw one the other day where he carved into the blade Call Me Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen is the greatest song ever made.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It got me laughing. So
It
he's
was pretty good. Yeah. Most people don't know. Most people don't realize with DLC that it's very hard to damage. You can be damaged, but it's kind of hard. You can rub on it and things stick to it because it's like sandpaper.
yeah,
It's such a hard surface, it will abrade whatever you rub it with. So at least 5 times a month, somebody posts a woe is me picture of their DLC and it's got a scratch on it. But it ain't a scratch. It's actually like chalk on a chalkboard.
right.
So how do you get chalk off a chalkboard? Do you cry about it? Do you ask for warranty repair, or do you wipe it with a wet rag?
A magic eraser.
Turns out a magic eraser can remove most everything from DLC, as I proved the other night on the live stream.
Like Windex on Anno. That's like, if you know the one little trick, it can oftentimes get you out of a lot of the pinches that people think they're.
So the reason that works is because oil on anodization affects the way the light refracts off the crystal structure. So if you have any sort of oil on there, it ruins it. And the Windex is good at cutting that oil. That's all it does. There's no magic in the Windex really. It's just removing all the finger schmoo from the scale.
It makes sense to me.
Yep. In fact, anymore, I've got a bottle on my desk all the time.
Yeah, I poach the one from under the sink pretty often. That's I should just start keeping one with my knife supplies.
I just order it on Prime. When I start running out, I order it and it shows up.
There you go. Yeah, it's remarkable how many odds and ends for knife like maintenance I just get on Prime. Even like ferric chloride, I just order on Amazon.
Yeah.
Wink, rust and stain remover, Amazon. Like all that stuff. I don't want to go to the hardware store. It just makes it super easy.
It's very true.
Well, we're officially at 4 hours and 20 minutes. So
I'm feeling it too, because it is very late here.
Yeah, you're 3 hours ahead of me.
I am.
So it's 2 a.m. for you.
It is.
I've got some videos to shoot after this, so the night is young for me. But I appreciate you coming on, Jason. I'm glad that we did this. I'm sure it won't be the last time. I'm proud to call you a friend in the community, and I'm glad that we get to talk as much as we do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think it's cool. There are a lot of people that I get along with in the hobby, and there are a lot of people who I find have insightful information and like I click with, but you have a certain way of explaining things and painting pictures verbally that really makes things click for me. And you're good at like finding examples and making things relatable to understand.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that because you're in deeper on certain things like anodizing. I don't know hardly anything about the actual process of anodizing something, but when you talk about it, you frame it in a way that makes it make sense for me. And so I hope that comes through for the listeners as well. Maybe that's just our telekinesis working its magic, but I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you taking the time to come on. Where can people find you if they want to find you? Instagram, YouTube, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So for the Knife Club, for the Millie PM2 Para3 Club, you probably already know the links because Jake's sharing them often. But you will find us on Instagram, you'll find us on YouTube, and you'll find us on Facebook. So it's Millie MILLIE PM2 Para3 Club, and trying to be consistent on that. So it's the same everywhere. The Facebook group is great for conversation. It's the best for the brotherhood of feeling like you're part of the club, right? The Instagram account is beautiful and it's fun, but it's mostly just pictures. And Tom and I don't do a lot of answering questions. So most of the content is going to be reposts of pretty things that we find. And somehow that has blown up into, I think, 17,000 people following that group account. So
yeah,
pretty awesome. You can find me at JEB_EDC on Instagram. And let's see. That's pretty much it, really. Yeah. Well, we do a weekly show every Sunday at 8:30 Eastern. We call it FFIB, which stands for Finger Flicked in Box, which is a joke that came out of the club. If you buy a knife and you finger flick it for a week, can you really call it new in box anymore? And the answer is no. So we kind of created a new category for the used market where you could say a knife is new, it's like new, and then it's finger flicked, and then it's a light user. So funny name. So the show's on at 8:30 every Sunday. We try to have good guests on when possible, but when not, Thomas and I will entertain you with hot knife talk, recipes, air fryer experiences. That time Tom fell down the hill and broke his leg. I don't know.
And that's 8:30 Eastern, right?
Yes, 8:30 Eastern Sunday nights, and it's in the group. You'll find it as a live stream.
Perfect. And you're being modest. You have some pretty awesome guests on there. You've had Nick Shabazz on there. You've had Brian Brown from Brian Brown Knives on there. You've had Joseph a couple of times now, I think, from Vero. So some heavy hitters, some real cool people to talk to. We
are planning on having Brian Brown back. It's just going to be the three of us talking. And we are excited because he has a new prototype that he wants to show off. So given that Tom and I both have his knives and we've talked to him once already, awesome dude. We want to talk to him again.
He has said that he'll do my podcast as well. So I'll try to get him first. That way.
You should. He's a great conversation. He's very easy to talk to. Great guy.
Yeah. Dude.
The other thing we're working on a magic monster guest that I won't reveal yet, but we're working on it. We're getting closer to finding a time that works for that man. He lives in the mountain time zone, so a little tricky. What else are we working on? Scott Gunn of Gunny Juice was supposed to be on Sunday, but he had some technical issues. We'll see if we can have him back. Mostly, we're just interested in talking to interesting people that can teach us something, or anybody we can bring in that's fun to talk to. So
I love it. It's a super entertaining show, and I'm sure soon on here I'll have Thomas as well. It only makes sense that I have the other half of the duo so people can get to know both of you and then come watch your show on the Millie Club.
You'll know the difference because I'm the much more handsome one, and he'll be the one with sodas in both hands. So
he will.
While you talk to him, keep track of how many 12-ounce sodas he drinks. He's a hopeless addict of root beer now.
He can pound some glass bottle root beer. That's for sure.
He certainly can. Yep.
And so can his son, which I saw in person, which is awesome.
Camden likes root beer.
On the video I did at his house when I was up there, there were scenes where Camden kept coming and like taking the bottle of root beer off the table and drinking some and then like walking out of frame. And not everybody knew it was root beer.
Right.
They were watching it. So they're like, the kid's drinking beer in my comment section. I was like, it's just root beer. Calm down.
No, they ran out of Miller High Life. So they switched to beer. It's okay.
It's just O'Doul's. It's fine.
Right.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. And that'll be a fun show when I have Tom on. And maybe we'll do it sometime where it's both of you on simultaneously. There's a lot of podcasts to come here at Bearded Gear. We're just at the beginning of the road.
There are many exciting things coming in 2021 in the club. So we'd love to come back and talk to you about it more when we get some ducks in a row. Absolutely. And I welcome it anytime. You guys are the best. Thanks, buddy. I'm glad I could be here. Killer, man. I appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for listening or watching. If you are watching on YouTube, all of the links Jason mentioned will be listed down below. If you're listening, I don't think I have the ability to put links on a podcast. If so, I haven't figured it out yet. So pause and rewind and then listen again. Yeah, listen to what he said and follow his instructions. But seriously, thank you, everybody, for listening. This has been episode number 8 already, which is crazy. And we'll see you on the next one. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.